men. And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
Yeah, I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just so by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind.
It's the Travel OG, and welcome to the Black Manosphere Conclave 5.0!
We got started in 2021 in Atlanta, united in the pursuit of excellence in all things. It's been one hell of a ride.
Can I tell you what's on my mind? Cause I've been thinking about it for quite some time. Hey, can you give me a moment to declare my love? Can I tell you what's on my mind?
We're now focusing more on opportunities for men, in particular passport bros. Guys who go abroad, they want to have a different lifestyle, they want to have a different achievement abroad. Oh yeah, there's without a doubt the narrative has changed for us greatly.
I just finished speaking and having a chance to tell individuals about how to live the American dream outside of America. And I was here to help so many men when it comes to understanding what they need to do in order to relocate.
With the political climate, things that are happening worldwide, guess what? Nobody's coming to save us. So it is indicative that we all bound together, tighten up like a fist, and strike a mighty blow against everything that's fighting to stop us, man.
It's nothing but good, positive people, good, positive energy with one goal in mind, and that is to make money, get the hell out the Matrix, and enjoy your life. You dig? So shout out to all of y'all. Theme music!
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This is your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
Shout out to all you guys that are here with Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. Got a great topic, great show for tonight, if you will. And tonight's show, looks like I'm getting a little freezing a little bit on the screen. Let's see. Give me a second. Everything's not scrolling for me. Let us see. So I'll come over here and I'll go back here. And it's not scrolling. For my music, that's what I'm trying to get to, the music. There. Okay, the scrolling works right here. Scrolling works in the comment section. Shout out to you guys that are here. And the scrolling doesn't work over here for me. So close that and open that back up. Let me bring this up. I'm going to come out and come back in, gentlemen. All right, so that one works, and that one works. There we go. Now let's get our music going. You know how we do it, our music. It is Friday night drink in hand, as well as colognes. Shout out to you guys that are here with Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders, and thank you for your patience, guys. I know a few of you guys that didn't get a chance to send a my normal insight in regards to that we're going live, but I'm going to be reaching out to some of you guys right now. But shout out to all you guys. Tonight's topic is a very sensitive but yet insightful topic. Hey, gotta let you know, it's expensive and it's not going to change. Cost of living in the United States has increased tremendously since the pandemic. We tried to blame it on President Biden, but hey, we're going through the same mess with President Trump. We tried to blame it on the job market. Well, the job market has gone up since the time period of the pandemic, and people are still paying high prices. We tried to see that Bitcoin was going to take off. Well, Bitcoin cracked over 100,000, almost 120,000, and yet Bitcoin has plummeted down to almost 60,000 per coin, and now it's trying to creep back up. What's my point? Everything is unstable right now in the United States, and you don't know which direction to go with your investments. So at the end of the day, it is expensive to live in the United States, whether it be food prices, gas prices, the prices of raising your children, medical prices. But we talk about that quite often here on this show when it comes to cost of living in the West, whether it be United States, Canada, UK, New Zealand, Australia, or even Western Europe. But nobody wants to talk about this fact. The cost of dying in the United States is expensive as ever before. The fact that when you go to the doctor, the medical checkups, how expensive they are, how expensive it is to go see a specialist, how expensive the medication or surgery is. But even beyond that, how expensive is burial for yourself and or your loved ones? We're going to be talking about that on this episode. For some of you guys that think my country 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, let freedom ring, I'm never leaving the United States, I'm ride or die, I'm going down with the ship. Cool. Perfect. But I'm going to just give you a little bit of stats tonight and a little bit of synopsis to let you know what you're going to be living in for the next 30 years. So if you plan on staying in the United States, so be it. Nothing wrong with that. Great choice. But I'm here to tell you, there are a lot of us in the Black community that have decided we are going to relocate to other countries. Not only for the cost of living in other countries, but also the treatment as we get older and the cost of dying in other countries compared to the United States. That's tonight's topic. It is a very, very important topic. For those that don't know it, shout out to all you guys that are already here with tonight's live stream. Appreciate you guys. We got 10 guys in the building. That's building up. Like I said, I'm about to send the intro to some of the other guys. I didn't get a chance to send this out to a lot of the guys that usually show up. So let me send this out. But yeah, it is very important for us to realize that we don't have to just calculate what it will cost to live in Thailand or calculate how much it was going to cost to live in Brazil. Those things are great. And you're seeing great numbers. For example, Andre and I, our rent went up. You know, annually, no matter where you go in the world, your rent will go up. Our rent is now like $720, $760 a month for a 3-bedroom. That is excellent. Compared to the United States, if you try to get a 3-bedroom in a major city, in one of the top 3 cities in the United States, you're going to come out of $3,000, $4,000 easily. So the cost of living in other countries, we often calculate on this show, and you guys calculate yourselves. And I even put calculations in my book that you guys can order anywhere as possible, that you can see the calculations, one country compared to another country. So in the book, I compare several countries that we go to each other. But we don't consider, as we're getting older, the cost of dying, how much it would cost in the United States if we decide to stay there for a lifetime, and how difficult it would be for our families when it comes to paying off the debt of our passing on. A lot of times we don't remember that, or we don't think about that, but it is very important for us to consider these things. And I'm about to give the shout outs to to all you guys. I appreciate you gentlemen being here. Like I said, what I'm doing is I'm just sending out the regular invitations that I normally send out to guys into different groups. I didn't even put it in my own group. That's the crazy part. I didn't even reach out to the guys in my own group. Sad. We had a great time yesterday on Richie Mac's show last night. Shout out to Richie Mac. Shout out to MTR. Hope to hear from him. Would love to do an interview with MTR. Hope everything is going great with him. But also, glad to see you guys here on a Friday night. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day, wonderful evening. I know that I am. I can't lie about it. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. Like the Pointer Sisters. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it. Shout out to you guys being here. Let's get started with the shout outs. Let me scroll up. We got Ronin Travelers, numero uno this evening. Glad to see that you're here. Glad to see that you're here. He say salute. I say salute to you. Good morning to where you are. Good morning from the Philippines. Waiting to see everybody's reaction to the news. Oh, is there a specific news that they were looking for, or the live stream? Let me know, Ronin. He says salute to the chat and to his brothers and to LBC family. Yes, sir. Shout out to you guys. He says, make sure you hit that like button. We like you. We really do. Make sure that you like us too by hitting the like button and the notification bell. Right out the gate, we got our brother LJB, Southern Vegan, hanging out in the building. And we got Kenny Peoples. He said, good evening, Andre. This is a fun topic. He said, if it's well over 50K, just bury me, man. Just throw me. He said, just throw me into it. Just a little cheaper and save money on funeral service. Yeah, it's man, listen. Wait till you see the prices for funeral service. I hope you guys like the thumbnail that I created, because it's like that in the States. It is like that in the States. Once again, salute to Kenny being here this fine evening. Glad to see that you're here. He say salute to everyone. Last thing seeing Ronin is smiling insurance Grim Reaper. The insurance Grim Reaper said, we've been waiting for you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to my brother Ahmad Milner. Shout out to you, sir. Glad to see that you're here, Ahmad, this fine evening. Appreciate you, brother, on a Friday night. Appreciate you, brother. David Dice of the Dice family. Salute to you as well, brother. Dave says this. He said, Dre, great live stream with Richie Mac last night. Yeah, that was fun, man. Hanging out with Richie for a couple of hours, man. That was really nice. Richie had a great show. He had MTR. He had all the guys that came in, from Average Man all the way to the other gentleman that came up. And then, your boy Dre came in at the end. So Richie had a good show. I know he got a lot of rest and relaxation. Shout out to my brother Eric in the building, Mr. Skies himself. He said, hey, Dre and Andrea. He'd say, I'm having trouble finding your email address. Well, here we go, brother. Here's my email address right here. Let me turn this off. Here's my email address right here. So if you guys want to email me, just let me know. You guys will be able to send your boy an email. aspence2011@gmail. Let me plug my phone up before the phone dies. You don't want that to happen. Like I said, let me send out a few more invitations to guys, or letting them know about the live stream. Like I said, I do this almost every day, but today I just got to get to it. So let me send invitations out. And I usually send an invitation out to maybe about 100 of you guys. So that's how often I send the invitations out for you guys. Like I said, this is a very important topic tonight, and I don't want anybody to miss out on this particular one. Really good topic tonight, because I was surprised how expensive it is to pass on in the United States, not only compared to other countries, but also how much it costs compared to when we pass on. I'll give you a perfect example. A lot of us don't know, statistically, we spend more in the last 2 weeks of our lives medically. In the last 2 weeks of our lives medically, we spend more money than we do in our whole life combined. We spend more money on easing the pain of passing on than we do our whole lives trying to alleviate passing on early. So that's how expensive it is to pass on in the United States. It's expensive to be born, and it's expensive to pass on. Sad to say, but it's true, gentlemen. It's true. Let's continue on with the shout outs. Go back here. And shout out to Eric. Eric says this once again. He said, I'm visually impaired from Shacktown. He say it's difficult finding your email address. So it's A Spence 2011, and I'll just spell Spence out for you. A-S-P-E-C or E-N-C-E. I'm misspelling my own name. A-S-E-N-C-E 2011 at gmail.com. aspence2011 at gmail.com. Hit me up, brother. I got your back. Whatever you need, I got your back. Shout out to my brother in the building, Mixed American, Ohio, them Ohio players. Roller coaster, roller. With the Philippines. Yep. Shout out to you, brother. We're going to talk about, because I kid you not, guys, when it comes to being older, we're going to talk about some things. So we usually talk about things that really impact us under the age of like 65 years old, right? We're going to talk a little bit about things that impact us when we get older. So I'm going to talk about some money decisions that you need to make before hitting 65. I don't care if you're single. I don't care if you got a woman. This is important what I'm about to say tonight. That's why I'm going to make sure as many guys as possible that I can reach out to have this information before we go any further. Because a lot of gentlemen, we enjoy our travel as we're young, and we don't realize, hey, the day will come, we will be older. I just finished watching a TikTok video of a brother that had a heart attack while he was in Thailand. And he would talk about how well they took care of him, how good the medical was, how inexpensive it was. So he really raved about Thailand. But either way, and he wasn't a big brother at all, but it was just, he had a heart attack. And so they were able to take care of him. He's doing great and everything. We do have to consider that many of us are getting older. Many of us are over 50. And so some things do have to be taken into consideration. I just had my brother Terrell. He just had his gallbladder removed here in Cali, Colombia. And they took care of him, spoiled him. I'm actually going to do an interview with him after he gets better, in regards to the topic of how well Cali, Colombia took care of him. It was a really nice, me and my brother 0 Milligram, we went to go visit him at the hospital. So it was a really nice hospital that he was in as well here in Cali, Colombia. So you can be well taken care of outside of the United States. That's one of the things I want to talk about tonight. You can be well taken care of outside the United States. So realize when we move to other countries, it's not just for the cost of living, but it's also to prepare ourselves for the cost of dying outside the United States compared to the United States. Preparing ourselves for the cost of dying outside of the United States compared to the United States of America. It is a completely different dance. All right. Let's go here. And shout out to Zeta being in the building. Yes, sir. He said, hola, fellas. Leaving the States now. Even as we speak, I order right now. I order. LJ the Southern Vegan says this. He said, Dre, just applied for my passport. Oi. Today. Oi. Just apply for my passport. Oi, bro. He said, time to catch flights, not feelings. Absolutely correct, brother. He said, thanks, Dre and brothers in the chat for the inspiration, man. Thank you for keeping us inspired as well with the fact that you got your passport. And once you get it, let us know. Let us know how long it took for you to get it. Mine took about 4 weeks to come. Some guys a little longer, some guys a little shorter. But when I got mine back in, a few years in like 2013, 14, it was only a few weeks, only for like 4 weeks. So it was faster than it seems. My brother David I says this. He said, Dre, in all seriousness, I had a conversation with my step pop. Shout out to step pops in the building. Step pops. He said he is in his 80s. He told me that he never outside of America. Can't lie. It shook me up. I almost cried because he's a quality dude. I'm gonna tell you something. A story that I mentioned this story before. Shout out to my brother from Ahmad from Dallas. That's my right hand dude, right? And he had been trying to get his dad was in his 80s. Mom died like 10, 15 years prior. No. Mom died like 5-6 years prior. And me and him were trying to get his dad to come down to Cali and visit and finally leave the United States one time in his life. Mind you, dad is like 83 at this time period. Good energy, good dude, right? And his dad has been playing golf and teaching golf since the late 60s. So he's like professional, right? He said, man, I wish I could get some golf courses down there. He said, I bet you my dad will come. So here I go. You know me. I said, wait a minute. I said, dude, we got 3 beautiful golf courses here in Cali, Colombia. I said, they got beautiful golf courses, 3 beautiful ones in Medellin as well. He said, what? I said, yeah, bro. I said, I'm going to send you the photos and send you the website to show your dad of the golf courses down here. 2 weeks later, his dad is at the airport with him. They come down for a week, and he had one of his lady friends just spoil his dad. You'd have thought his dad told me, you young fellas, now mind you, at this time period, I was like 56, 55. His dad said, you young fellas got it good. I'm like, young fellas? Well, yes, sir. Yes, sir. He said, y'all got it good. We didn't know nothing about this passports and traveling like y'all do. He said, only the military guys did all that. He said, man, if I had known about passports and traveling, I'd have left 15 years ago. I said, sir, didn't your wife just pass about 6 years ago? He said, you heard what I said. I'd have been gone 15 years ago away from that woman. And so we all had a good laugh. Next day, they went to the golf course, had a great time, met all type of people at the golf course. Dad don't know no Spanish, but golfers know golfers know golfers. Had a wonderful, wonderful time. Less than 6 months, I get a call from my brother Ahmad. He's like, Dre, not like 6 weeks later, I get a call from him. He just happy. His dad had a good time. Thank you, Dre. It was so much fun. And, because I picked him and his dad up. We hung out and everything throughout the week. And we had a good time. 6 months later, I get a call from him. His dad has passed. He's hurt. Him and his brother are sad. But he's happy at the same time. He said, Dre, even though my dad passed and I'm hurting, he said the last fun time I had with my dad was my dream of him actually flying out the United States, not a cruise, not the Caribbean, but actually going to another continent. And I can say that my dad actually saw the world before he passed. He saw the other side of what the world could be like and what life could be like and how other people are living, such as yourself, in other countries. And that just blessed my heart, man, to know that a lot of us are having an impact on our loved ones and our family members. It is a big deal what we're doing. We're doing the Lord's work with these passports, guys. I was telling somebody yesterday, I have 2 important books in my life. My Bible, some of you guys' cases, your Qurans or your Buddhist teachings. 2 books in my life are my Bible and my passports, and my other books that I read all fall in place. I'll say number 3 is my book that I wrote, Anywhere Is Possible. But my passport ranks right behind my Bible as being the most important book that has impacted my life. And I kid you not, that's how important travel is to the life of us men. Shout out to the African Wolf in the building. My favorite YouTube name. He say, chat room dogs. Yes, sir. Glad to see that you're here, brother. Glad to see that you're here. Let me scroll down a little further. We got Men's Day. Shout out to Men's Daily, my dude. Hey man, I'm gonna have to just pop up again on one of your TikTok live streams. If you guys get a chance, make sure that you guys subscribe to our Men's Daily Advice and Encouragement over there on TikTok. He always has some great live streams, great interviews, great group of dudes that's always over there. And some of the ladies that pop up from time to time from other countries. Really, really good broadcast that will keep you encouraged during the daytime as well as at night over on TikTok. Make sure you guys subscribe over on TikTok. Tonight, this is a man supporting men channel. Tonight, make sure you get it done. Yeah, I know. What news? Had me hyped. Ronan had me hype up here. Ronan said, reaction to the news. I want to know what the news is, Ronan. We want to know what the news is. Shout out to our brother T-Mac. Salute to Ronan and salute to T-Mac in the building. Glad to see that you're here. He said, simplify my brothers. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, brother. Glad to see that. Like brothers like T-Mac, man. You just feel so happy that these men are building lives in other countries that's going to last generations after we're gone. What we do is going to impact the last name of our family legacy. Our family's legacies will not just be in the United States. I don't think you guys realize. I do not think you guys realize. We are going to be the first generation of Black men and women that are not a majority of us in one country. We're going to be the first generation that will hit 1 million Black expats in the next few years. You know how we migrated from the South to the North, or from the North to, like you guys doing now, you New Yorkers and California people messing up Florida's housing market because people from New York and California who think it's just too expensive in your own states are moving to Florida and Texas and pushing up the housing prices. Well, you'll be the first generations of your family members from California living in Florida. Some of y'all, first generation, you'll have kids and they'll be the first generation of family members born in Florida and not in New York. So it is with us. So many guys I know that are having kids now outside of the United States. Andre and I are working towards that as well. T-Mac has, as well as a bunch of other guys that I've met off camera, having the first generation of children of Black kids from America that are fully American, and in some cases have not even set foot on American soil yet. We are doing the Lord's work where Black people are not just going to be monopolized as Americans on American soil. They will not be able to just sit back and say, well, we can use you for your labor and we don't have to do this and we don't have to do that. Black Americans are going to start realizing, well, okay, if you don't want to look out for me, cool, I'll keep the American moniker, the American citizenship, but I'll decide to go somewhere else. And Black people are doing that in record numbers. So congratulations to Black folks. Shout out to my brother LJ, the second Southern Vegan, once again. And shout out to my brother Don, aka the Don JP. Glad to see that you're here, brother. Glad to see that you're here. Let me scroll down a little further. T-Mac said, Dre showed up to Richie Mac's channel like folks do in church after the offering is over. I did. Richie said, we're about to go. Hey, wait a minute. Coach is in the building. We end up staying on the show like another 2 hours. We end up staying on the show another 2 hours. And I'm going to tell you this. I was exhausted. I was exhausted the other day when we did the 7-hour live stream. And then a few hours later, I got up, went to the gym, and then, took care of some business, went out to lunch with my brother Troy that lives here, and then came back and did another show with you guys, and did another show with Richie Mack, and now I'm back here with you gentlemen. So I'm doing shows back to back to back to back. It's okay. It's okay with me. The Ultimate Warrior is in the building. He said 404 in the building. Them ATL boys at it again. Them ATL boys at it again. Yes, sir. Shout out to all you ATL boys in the building. And my brother AMSM in the building. Man supporting men is in the building. We can start the show. Hey, I saw you clip that treat him like a postage stamp. That was a good one. That was a good clip. I'm telling you, most women that you meet in your life aren't all wife. And most women don't realize that most of us men that they're going to meet are not going to be husbands. Ladies, I'm sorry. Most of the women that we meet are like postage stamps. We lick them, we stick them, we send you on your way. Like a postage stamp. I'm sorry. You cannot tell me everyone. When women sit back and say something crazy, like, and men, do not say this, do not repeat this. Men have a habit of repeating a lot that women say. Don't repeat this. There's somebody for everybody. No, it ain't. If every woman, black woman, middle age, heterosexual, in the United States, got married, there will still be 2 million unmarried black women, heterosexual, in the United States. The math ain't mathing for everybody to have somebody. There's somebody for everybody. Men, don't say that. Don't ever say that. Don't ever lie to women and say there's somebody for everybody. Because if everybody got somebody, there will still be 2 million women that cannot get married. And the crazy part is, women in the United States act like that statistic and that competition does not exist. To where you go to other countries, it could be 1-to-1, and women will still compete as if they're going to have 2 million left if they don't get married, or after everybody gets married. So women in other countries understand part of being a woman, if you want a man, you got to compete. But women in the United States are so nonchalant about it, where they want you to pay for womanhood, pay for femininity. So man, don't say what women say. Don't ever let that one fall at your face. There's somebody for everybody. No, there isn't. It's not enough men in the United States for everybody. So when I sit back and say that you guys, most of the women you're going to meet are postage stamps. So it is. Salute to you, brother. Salute to you. Hope you're having a great, great day. And salute once again to our brother Ronan Travers. And thank you guys also for supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chat. And let me scroll down a little further. Let me make sure I got everybody. We got Zeta in the building. I think I saw Zeta earlier. And we got Jay Anderson, the great. He says, salute to all. Salute to you, brother. Salute to you. He says, salute to all my brothers in the chat. Of course, the main man, Andre and Andrea of Crossing Borders. Yes, sir. Glad to see that you're here, brother, as well as my brother Eric. Once again, shout out to E being in the building. Let me scroll down, make sure I get everyone. So Alexa's in the building. What do we do right tonight? We got my boy in the building. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we got Tim Howard. Yes, sir. He said I got treated better in South Korea than I did in the U.S. Man, if you don't preach, yes, sir. Better than I did in the U.S. And Jay Casey in the building, so we're doing good. Jay says this. He said the brother in the gym just had a conversation about going to Aruba and St. Kitts, great location. He said enjoy all of that. He always had a big smile on his face when we talked about traveling outside the States. Yeah, you will get to that point where the only topic that you want to talk about is travel and relocating. Nothing else to you is important. That is so true. So true. Let me scroll down a little further. We got Jay Fleming in the building. Glad to see you here, LAJ. Hope you're having a great evening or a great afternoon where you guys are located. Yeah, first generation Colombia and Thai and other countries. Yes, guys, you don't realize, man, the monopoly, US's monopoly or monopolization of Black people is over. I want to say this again. The U.S. is starting to realize it no longer has a monopoly on the plantation of Black people anymore. They already got a movement called the Blaxit movement. That is Black people who are relocating right now in mass numbers. We still love the United States. We're not giving up our citizenships. We're not going to stop using the U.S. dollar. Every time somebody uses that lame excuse, well, y'all need to give up your citizenship and stop using the U.S. dollar. Cool, I'll do it. Once y'all say that, the white people that's been traveling all these years and corporations that have been traveling all these years, once corporations are no longer using the U.S. dollar and U.S. citizenship, I'll give up mine. Once white people who have been traveling and relocating as expats, digital nomads, and so forth, once they give up their citizenship in the U.S. currency, I'll give up mine. Don't ask me to do something and don't dare me to do something, and don't shame me into doing something that you ain't never asked a white man or white woman to do, and you ain't never asked all these corporations who have their headquarters in other countries, but use American citizens' currency and buying power to keep their companies afloat, even though their headquarters is no longer in the United States. So when these two entities give up their citizenship and their currency, I promise you, I give up mine. I'll give up mine. But until then, don't come in my face as a Black man talking about you should give up your citizenship if you don't love America. You should give up stop using the U.S. dollar if you don't love. Tell that to the corporations and tell that to white people. And when they do it, your boy Dre will do it. Seriously. Shout out to my brother in the building once again. He said, Dre, he said, I thought it was somebody for everybody. No. Statistically, no. Nope. He said, hey, I mean, sharing is caring. Sharing is, hey, Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1. In the Bible, I'm just being biblical. The Bible does say that the day will come where women will bow the knee and come to men with their money. They are not broke. And they say, can we have your last name? Can we have children by you? Take away our shame. Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1. These are not poor women that's going to become the men. I'm going to say this again. The Bible, Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1. is not talking about a bunch of poor raggedy chicks coming your way trying to find a man. The Bible says in Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1, we talk about that verse all the time. In the last days, 7 women will go to one man and say, we will buy our own clothes. We will pay for our own food and housing. Just give us, not me, give us your last name and take away our shame. What is the shame of a woman in the Bible? A woman that does not have kids. That was always a woman felt bad or shameful about in the Bible. So take away our shame. If you give us some kids and you give us your last name, we will use our money to pay for the house, pay for the food, pay for the clothes. That's what my God said in the Bible. That's why when I hear these women mocking and laughing and giggling, I'm sitting back like, okay, I trust God. And what God said, y'all same women, winter is gonna come for you guys. Winter is gonna come. Whether God used Kevin Samuels to say it or somebody else, winter is gonna come for you, ladies. In Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1, predicts it. Y'all call men lazy now. It's gonna be a day where y'all gonna tell men you ain't gotta ever work. I'm gonna say this again. According to the Bible, the day will come where women say, we will pay for the clothes. We will pay for the food. We'll pay for the house. You ain't gotta work. You ain't got to do nothing. Just give us your last name and give us some kids. If you can do that, we'll take care of everything. So the Bible is not talking about broke chicks coming y'all way. The Bible talking about all these chicks with these egos, all these chicks that talking about career. I got my job, I got my degrees. The same chicks gonna be coming to you, 7 of them, coming to you with their degrees, with their nice house, with their fancy wardrobe, and saying, we will pay for everything. Just give us your last name, take away our shame, some baby. That's why I don't feed off into these ladies. That's why I don't feed off into them. Ronan says this. He said, the insurance reaper. He said, I gotta use that one. He said, I gotta use that. Or the St. Nick of Wealth Building. I like that one even better. The St. Nick of Wealth Building with that check, Love Crossing Borders. Yes, sir. I like that one even better. The St. Nick of Wealth Building. He said, I always keep my passport ready everywhere I go. He said, everywhere I go, ready to go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down a little further. Make sure I got the rest of you guys. Sure I don't miss anybody. Shout out to Crypto being in the building. About 45 in the building thus far. Glad to see you guys are here. I know a lot of guys that are already in Theo's class tonight. So shout out to those guys. And once again, shout out to you guys who support by way of PayPal and Cash App this evening. And Bitcoin. Shout out to all you guys that support by way of Bitcoin goes directly to the Cash App as well. Appreciate you guys. Let's get ready to get started. Let us change the musical. Get ready to change the musical over. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's get started. When it comes to relocating to another country, we've been watching our brother MTR for the past couple of weeks, just excited as can be. Excited as can be. All the epiphanies and insight that's been just exploding in his mind when it comes to relocating to another country. We are excited for the brother. We really are. Especially those of us who've been out here for quite a while. We love to sit back and see the new enjoyment of you guys that have started your passport journey. It makes me feel like, at least me, it makes me feel like I'm a part of your journey as well. So hats off to all you guys that are traveling and it's kind of new to you. One of the things you're going to discover is a better cost of living in another country. You're going to find either the same infrastructure or even better infrastructure. We know you're going to find more fit, feminine, and friendly women, more supportive and submissive women in many other countries. But the other thing that you're going to find is how you are treated as you age in another country compared to the United States. I want to say this again. All the other benefits of relocating to another country that we talk about, that you hear about, are very important. Well, one of the things that's often overlooked that's a benefit to relocating outside of the West is this. You are treated better as an older male or female outside the United States compared to how bad they treat you in nursing homes and in families and as a community as you age in the United States, in Canada, in UK, in Australia, in New Zealand, in Tasmania. It is so sad. I used to work at a nursing home. It's sad how the elderly are treated, how the elderly are forgotten by family members, and how bad the staff treats a lot of our older people with Alzheimer's and dementia and those that can't get out of bed anymore. To where if you go to another country, they treat you and they spoil you because they realize that you're living your second childhood. They respect the fact that you treated them like a baby when they were a baby. So it's now they realize it's time for them to treat you in the last 6 to 8 months of your life. Treat them as if they were a child, meaning your parents as they get older, or your family members or loved ones as they get older. The treatment outside of the United States is completely different than how you get treated as an older person in the United States. Completely different. Don't think that how we look at old people in the United States is how the world looks at old people. It is not true. It's far from it. All the complaints that you're going to see on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, all the platforms about growing older, you don't see people talk like that in other countries. Bruh, you will see here in Colombia, and I often talk about this, you will see men that are 70, 60, 80 years old sometimes out at the salsa club. And I'm talking about dancing the night away with a 25-year-old, 23-year-old. When Andrea goes out with her friends and the older gentleman asks for a dance, and they are very gentlemen, they just want to dance. And she'll get on the dance floor, have a good time, because all the older dudes really know how to dance. You think young dudes can dance in Colombia? It's the old dudes that can dance. That's why the old dudes always got a young girl, right? Because they show off all that energy. So it's very, very common to have a lot of energy in other countries as an older person compared to the United States. What they say, they want to send you back in the stables. They want to put you out. What we say in the United States, put you out in the prairie. You're a retired racehorse, right? That's how we treat old people. Like put them out the pasture. We use those terms about old people. It's so sad. I want to talk about 3 areas of preparation that you young guys need to think about making. Us older men over 50 need to think about making. And I don't care if you're over 60, you still can make these 3 preparations before we get to the video. This is very, very, very important what I'm about to say. Where your money goes will help prepare you for your older years. Where your monies are going will help prepare you. And I'm talking about out of the country. I'm not talking about the United States yet. So right now I'm about to say out of the country. If I was in my 80s and I'm single, and I'm being straight up with you brothers. If I was in my mid 70s, late 60s, I'm single. If I wasn't married in my 50s, about 55, this is where I would be with my money. And I kid you not, when it comes to taking care of me as I age, first thing I would think about is, like many of us, marriage. My money will go into marriage. We're not talking about marriage like in the States. That's why I say United States, we're not talking about you right now. Why? Why you say marriage, guys? Or why did I say marriage? Now, remember, this is just one of 3 tunnels I'm talking about. So you're going to have 3 tunnels to choose from as a man with his money as you get older. So we're going to talk about 3 tunnels. And I'm talking about the person that's going to take care of you. So I'm not talking about insurance policies and investments. We're not talking about the financial part. I'm just talking about one of these 3 groups of women should be in the position to take care of you, and you're using your money to make sure that that person is taken care of as you're aging. So as you're aging, you want to make sure one of these 3 women are taken care of. You ready? Okay. So now you're with me. As you age, the first woman that should be you, if you're going to consider this, is the wife. Make sure the wife she takes care of her health. Make sure the wife takes care of her diet. Make sure the wife, the woman that you choose in another country, is a woman that was raised to take care of you, not only as you look good as a young person, but a woman that was raised to see how mom took care of dad as he got older. She saw granddad get spoiled by grandma and all the aunties as granddad got older. If your woman, I don't care how fine she is, does not understand the dynamic of how to take care of a man as he gets older, and she only wants to take care of you while you're young and spry, or when I say young and spry, you got your health, so you could be in your 50s and you still got your health. As long as you're spry, she only wants to be in your life now that you're healthy and you're young. That's not the woman for you. You want a woman that, if you consider marriage, remember I said one of 3 women, a wife. You want a wife that is already groomed for when you get old. You want a wife that is a few years younger. Dude, both of us can't be in a wheelchair. Both of us cannot be in hospice together. I am not dependent on some woman that's 3 years younger than me. I'm 58, she 55. It looks cute in newspapers, social media headlines, and Hallmark cards in movies when you age together. Me and my wife, I'm 82, she's 79. Don't be laughing, Andrea. Me and Irma have been together. See, Andrea is excited that I'm turning 60 next year. So they already planning the birthday party. And that's next year. Okay? So get you and Irma, that looks good in the movies, like in the movie Up, the animated movie when they grew old together. It looks, when grandma and granddad grew old together. My grandparents were together. Granddaddy was 92. Grandmama She was 84. All that looks good, but when it comes to taking care of you, grandma could only do so much. Why? Because grandma was 84. She could only do so much for granddaddy. Yeah, granddaddy was 92, but grandma, she couldn't do too much. Now, back in the day in the South, grandma could be old, but she could be strong as a bull. But we don't have too many of those grandmothers left, right? So when you go to another country, guys, don't just think about the age and the stage of life that you're in right now. Can this woman stand the test of time? If she can't, she got to be replaced. And she might be replaced, wife might be replaced with number 2, a mate. Mate can be girlfriend. Mate can be girlfriends. You didn't get married. It might be common law marriage. You know, y'all been living together forever. A mate, right? This your girlfriend. Y'all been together like forever and a day. That, hey, we ain't never got married, but hey, she's a Brazilian. She love her some me. I love me some her. We just ain't never got married. Okay, cool. Or I got me one in Thailand and I got me one in Brazil. And both these ladies just treat me like a king. As you grow older, the pay for play dynamic is going to change. You're going to be more prone to put money towards a mate, a girlfriend or girlfriends, a wife or wives than the brothel. You're going to go through brothel burnout. You're going to be like, you know what? I need somebody that if something happens to me, she right there. She knows about how to reach out to Ronan in regards to my insurance policies. She knows how to do this. She knows how to do that. I need somebody that's or somebody's. No matter if I live in DR like Taylor Made Dreams. I live in Thailand like Taylor Made Dreams. I need somebody that's in DR that she is not my girlfriend, but she knows how to take care of this, contact that. If anything ever happens to me, she's got my emergency numbers to my family, to my friends. She's on social media, connected to my friends and family, because my social media, my family knows who she is, and my family knows about who my girlfriend is in DR. I mean, in Thailand. So I got a girl in Thailand. She knows all the emergency situations. She knows who to call. She knows all about my insurance. She knows everything. So if you're going to put your money towards something, we're talking about the umbrella of your money as you age. This is very important, guys. The first person you want to consider is your wife or your wives that's going to take care of you. Number 2 is a mate that's going to take care of you. Number 3, if you like, I don't want no woman in my life. I just want to spend the last days of my life just me, just chilling. Me, I got 2 dogs. I'm good. Get a maid. Invest in a woman that knows how to take care of you. I don't care if we call them CNAs in the States. I don't care if you got a maid that she provides my sex. She does the cooking. She makes sure my apartment is clean. If I get so old, she knows how to wash my body. She know how if I get so old and I'm bedridden and I can't get out of bed, she knows how to change sheets without even getting my body out of the bed. She's a live-in maid. Yeah, she's gonna be spending time with her family, but she knows every time she come here, she can take care of me. Have money put to the side for either a maid, a mate, or marriage. Do not fly into your old age, guys, spending. You're 32, you're 42, you're 52. Do not tell me that you have been to DR, Philippines, Thailand, Brazil, Colombia, South Africa. Over time, you have spent about 10, 15,000 per city in each one of those countries that you had gone to. Let's just put $10,000 per country. You hit 71 and you ain't got no money for a wife to take care of you, no money for a mate, meaning a girlfriend or girlfriends to take care of you. You ain't got no money to get you a maid that's got CNA qualities. You spent over 10,000 in Thailand, 10,000 USD in the Philippines over time, 10,000 in DR and Brazil over time, 10,000 in South Africa and Colombia over time. And now that you're 71, you ain't got no motherfucking money to make sure wifey good, to make sure your mate, meaning your girlfriends, are good. Or if you ain't got neither one of them, at least a in-house maid is good. Did you really think you was gonna be 42 for the rest of your life? Did you really think you was gonna be 32 for the rest of your life? For the rest of your life? You didn't get any type of insurance to cover you and cover your health, international insurance to cover your health as you age. Nothing. You just thought about today as the day. Let the brothers in the States throw caution to the wind. Let the brothers in the States live that Tupac life. He lived young and he lived wild. He lived the way and he died the way he wanted to. Yeah, bullets to the chest, huh? Let the dudes in the States live that. Listen, I'm gonna ride the wheels off this life. I already plan on dying at 24 anyway. Let them think like that. Us dudes that travel to other countries, we think as if we gonna be centurions. We all gonna live to be 100 plus. That's how we think. We don't be thinking about going to no Brazil and dying at the age of 32. Hell no. We be thinking like, if I move to Brazil, I'm living to be 100. That's how we think. I'm taking care of my health. It's healthier air here, better water here, blah, 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 blah. Women will take care of you, less stress. So you think like, I'm about to live a lot longer than the average brother in the States. Don't think like them, man. Let them go out in a blaze of stupidity. If you plan on traveling to another country, you need to start today putting monies away so wifey can be good. Because many of us want a younger wife. So wifey can be good. Putting monies away so your mate, girlfriend, no matter what happens to you, when all timers kick in and you don't understand nothing, you know one thing, that when it comes to money, it's there to make sure you're taken care of and she's taken care of. That's the beauty of a trust. And if you need, hey, I ain't got no wife, I ain't got no girlfriends, and you need to be in a country, you need to hire you a sexy maid. Like I said, she might be the maid / CNA / living nurse / cook. But she takes care of you and makes sure that you're good in your last days. Because just blowing all your damn money in brothels and pay for play on bitches, those are dudes that's going to pay the piper as they age. Not because they're getting old physically, but because they were stupid financially. Don't make that mistake, guys. Don't make that mistake. Shout out to you guys that are here. Let me scroll down. Continue on with you guys. Let me make sure I got everybody too, because I know a couple of you guys came in. We got 45 in the building. Appreciate you gentlemen being here. And Zeta says exactly. He said they won't tell those white folks and wealthy guys to stop doing it, meaning they won't tell white folks to give up their U.S. citizenship. They will never tell corporations to give up theirs, to stop doing it. But they ready to get black men. Yep. They can never keep that same energy. That is so true, brother. He is revealing future prophecy. That's Professor Dre. Shout out to my brother, Men's Daily. Yeah. Shout out to Observer being in the building. He said lackluster financially. Yeah, those are the three types of women that as you age, you should be looking towards. All of us are not going to be looking toward the same thing. Some of us look towards marriage. Some of us are going to be looking towards mates, meaning your girlfriends. And some of us are going to be looking towards, hey, I'm just going to hire me a maid, a lady that's a little, she's going to be able to do a little something. She's going to be able to cook. She's got medical skills if I need it. She's going to be well taken care of. I want to make sure she stays spoiled to the end of my days. How many times have we watched television shows where the dude got the live-in maid that's fine as can be? So everybody's not going to be built for the same thing, but put your money in a position to where one of these three groups or if not two of these three groups are taken care of. I kid you not. You'll thank me for that one. You will thank me for that one. He said he's dropping straight knowledge. Yes, sir. Yep. Even healthy at 60, because healthy at 60, man, that means you got a better chance to be healthy at 70, healthy at 80. Yeah. Let's get ready to get started. Shout out to Black Chairman in the building. Let's get ready to get started with the video. Let's get started with the video. Let me pull the video up for us. Here we go. And if any of you guys want a copy of this video, just shoot me an email and I will email you a copy of this montage that we're about to watch, this video. Remember, tonight's topic is cost of living in the United States, but wait till you see how much it is the cost of dying, the cost of being hospitalized, medication, the whole medical system in the United States. It's crazy.
Just got my wife's medical bill for 3 days in the hospital, intensive care unit, so I understand. $621,000.
Did y'all see that? Let me bring that back.
So I just got my wife's medical bill for 3 days in the hospital, intensive care unit, so I understand.
600. I want you to let that sink in, that number right there. The brother is not talking about $600. He is not talking about $600. Shout out to you, Leo. Leo says, Dre, you are indeed a one-stop shop. I know, right? Salute to you. Salute to you, Leo. Glad to see you here, brother. For 3 days in intensive care, his wife, the woman that he loves, who was fighting for her life in intensive care, 3 days in the hospital. $600.
$121,000.
And $21,000. We're talking about wiping out all your investments, all your savings. That's the part of the cost of dying in the United States. To save your life in the United States can wipe. You sat back. We're talking about, let's say it took y'all, let's say that they've been together for 20 years. They're in their 40s, going on 50s now. They've invested, they've saved. Right now in their savings and all the sporadic income, they can, you know, their net worth is about 1.5, 1.2 million. They did pretty good. If you got 1.5 million and you get a bill for $620,000 to save your wife's life, do you know how big of a chunk of your lifetime investments are gone forever? But wait, in the words of the Wayne brothers, but wait, there's more.
$1,742.47. Now, I don't think this includes the week at the other hospital she was in.
So that doesn't even include the week at the other hospital his wife was in. Okay, so let me ask you, T-Mac, Ronan, all you guys that are in other countries right now, put in the comment section, would it cost $100,000 for whatever he got done for his wife in Colombia, in Philippines? This is just a yes or no. For any of you guys that are in other countries right now, or any of you guys that have visited other countries, any country you visited, put a yes or a no in the comments. In that country that you're gone to, whether it's Brazil or wherever it had you visit, parts of Europe, would it have cost just $100,000 to hospital his wife for a week in one hospital and 3 days in another hospital? Put a yes or a no in the comment section. Any country that you've been to. I know what I'll put myself for Colombia. I already know what I'm gonna put in there. No. You are not going to pay $100,000 in Colombia for medical treatment. That is not going to happen. I put a no again. In Mexico, you are not going to pay $100,000 for 7 days in one hospital and 3 days in another hospital. And he hadn't even got the bill yet for the one that they were in for 7 days. He's just talking about the $600,000 was for the hospital which they were in for 3 days. Absolutely, Jay. Nowhere close. No. That's what I said. He say not a majority of places. He said, I've seen it and it wouldn't cost that much. No way. Absolutely correct. He said, bruh, man, don't pay it. Flying her to a different country. That's what I would have tried to do, but a lot of Americans don't know to do that. That's a good point, Tim. A lot of people fly down here, fly to different countries on medical tourism. Colombia, y'all think pay-for-play tourism is hot, and it is. But that travel, that health tourism is big in Colombia, big in Costa Rica. There's always somebody on the plane coming to Colombia They're on their last leg of the few dollars that they got left. And they like, listen, Colombia's got some of the best medical in the world. It's better than the United States. It ranks better than the United States. And it's only a fraction of the price. I've personally met cancer patients that flew from the United States down here. I just told you that my brother just got his gallstone taken out. My brother Terrell, who watches the show all the time, last week got his gallstone taken out. And so what ended up happening, he got his gallbladder taken out as well, because he was already having some issues with that. That man would have paid an arm and a leg to get his gallbladder taken out in the States. He paid a fraction of the price. I mean, a fraction of the price. And he was in the hospital about 5 or 6 days. It's crazy, man. The first video we see, he said, that's part of the reason I picked Colombia. Medical reasons. Yep, that's part of the reason for me. Andre has already said, no matter where we live in the world, we're going to keep our Colombian medical insurance, our Colombian health insurance, because there's so many things, so many benefits. T-Mac says this. He said, Terrell just sent me a message. He's looking for an alternative hangout with agents. Hey, that is a good location over there where 0 milligram live on the other side. The reason why I was laughing, because 0 is my man Vic. He just moved out here 6 months ago, and he read the book. He read my book, Anywhere Is Possible. Did everything that was in the book. He was able to move to Colombia 6 months ago, living his best life. Hey, I don't know if you've seen his apartment yet, T-Mac. I don't know if you've seen his apartment. Oh my God, dog. That apartment is nice. And I mean, nice. I'm like, okay, all right, player. I'm like, if I was single, it ain't too often where I look at you guys with a hint of envy. I'm gonna say this again. It's not too often I look at you guys with a hint of envy. Man, I saw that man's apartment. I said, how much you pay for this? That's it. This is nice, bruh. Yeah, man. Yeah. You got the power controller on the stove. And T-Mac, once he fills that bar up, he already got the panty dropper apartment for a single man. He already got the panty dropper. Once he fill that bar up with liquor, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. He got a nice spot. So I hope that that Terrell gets a spot over near Vic. Shout out to 0 milligram. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah. He said, yep, the dentist I use in Colombia, great for a lot of foreigners. Absolutely correct, Elham. Absolutely correct. He said we need a new headquarters since we got a spot. We got a cigar bar right down the street from 0 milligram. Me and him went when we left Terrell last week from the hospital. We went to check on Terrell. We went to a Asian restaurant, Japanese restaurant, and had some rice. Had some rice, not rice, but we had the noodles, Japanese noodles, and we were like, hey, didn't you mention there was a cigar bar down here? He said, yeah, let's go check it out. Really nice cigar bar, indoor, outdoor atmosphere. Really, really nice cigar bar. So yeah. So I got a spot for us, and I think it's another spot over in that area too that somebody was mentioning, that my boy George was mentioning. So I'm going to get that information as well. He said, yes, that bar is lit. Yeah, it's lit. Yeah. That bar in his house, because the way that his bar is set up, guys, is soon as you open up the door, he has a lit up bar. The owner has a lit up bar that's glass that you could put all type of liquor in. So it's got the really fancy neon. It's a really nice bar. I'm not talking about the bar that you just sit drinks on. I'm talking about it's like a glass encased So you got this big piece of artwork. As soon as he opens up the door, I say, man, if this dude ain't got a panty dropper apartment, I say, as soon as you open up that door and them females see that, I say, as soon as he gets some liquor up in there, oh, he done. The ladies are done. I don't know. I don't know the name of the noodles that we had. I think it was the ramen noodles we had, because they were homemade. I mean, they were actually freshly made noodles too. So it was a really good spot that we went to. Yeah, man. But let's get back to to the topic at hand. He said the other countries with better medical care than the U.S. He says, so I'll take other countries anyway. Absolutely correct. I don't know where that myth that America has the best medical because it's so expensive. No, we have the most expensive medical. We don't have the best medical. Let's bring this back to the beginning.
So I just got my wife's medical bill for 3 days in the hospital, intensive care unit, so I understand. $621,743.47. Now, I don't think this includes the week at the other hospital she was in, as well as the cost of an airlift to this specific hospital, but yeah.
If James Vanderbeek and Eric Dane's families are broke after their battles with cancer and LAS, what hope do the rest of us have? I'm seeing so many people shaming these families for starting GoFundMes. They're millionaires, the comments say. But do you have any idea how fast $1 million disappears when you're fighting for your life? In this country, you can work for 40 years and have every cent liquidized by one terminal diagnosis.
Absolutely correct. That's all it takes in the United States. You can have stacks, a couple million, 3 million, stacked to the side. All it takes is one diagnosis for yourself or your kids. And all of a sudden you got a GoFundMe going. That's how expensive it is in the United States.
I know this because I lived it with my mom. She had Parkinson's for 7 years. By the end, she was bedbound. She couldn't eat, dress, or even go to the bathroom without help. And Medicare covers $0 of that. They call it custodial care, and they leave you to pay for it yourself. Her final year alone, we spent over $250,000 out of pocket to keep her clean and safe at home. This is the reality for those of us in the sandwich generation. We are literally being crushed in the middle. We're trying to save for our kids' college while simultaneously draining our life savings to pay for our parents' survival. It's not just expensive, it's a financial death sentence.
Don't let that go by. She just named off 3 generations. She said in the United States, you're trying to save for your kids to go to college or for their future. At the same time, you're trying to save for your own retirement. But then at the same time, your mom and daddy getting older. It's a lose, lose, lose situation because you don't know where to go. And you're the only one in the middle that's working. Just think about it. The kids aren't working. Your mom and dad aren't working. Your money is supposed to take care of the average daily expenses in the United States. At the same time, invest a little bit for the kids' future. At the same time, invest towards your future. At the same time, help mom and dad on the paycheck in which we make in the United States. And y'all want to get mad at us for leaving so we don't be a burden to ourselves and our future kids after our mom and dads have maybe passed on. Our brother LJ says this. He said, Dre, it is stupid to go broke just to save your life. That's the United States. We live in a capitalistic society and we capitalize on everything. We were born into capitalism. I mean, literally. What don't we capitalize on? We were born into capitalism. We are a republic, yes, but we are capitalists.
for the middle class. So stop getting mad at rich actors for asking for help. Start asking why it costs $250,000 just to exist with a diagnosis. If you're stuck in the middle of this sandwich right now, caring for your kids and a sick parent, how are you even making the math work? And what about our own futures?
This is why Pennsylvania is the worst state to die in. First, state inheritance tax. Pennsylvania is the only state in America that taxes your inheritance from $1. All of the other states that have an inheritance tax might not start to tax you until your estate is worth $250,000 or $500,000 or maybe even north of $1 million. Reason number 2, Pennsylvania has some of the most aggressive estate recovery laws in America. If you received medical assistance during your lifetime for a long-term care issue and then you pass away, the Pennsylvania Recovery Unit will come after assets in your estate, any asset left in your estate, to cover outstanding Medicaid liens or bills. Reason number 3, the probate process in Pennsylvania can become extremely time-consuming if you have a large estate, if your will is contested, or if your will is unclear. The main reason for this is because of the inheritance tax filings.
Silent generations currently who's in assisted living. I think there's like 44 million of them.
Silent living?
Silent generation. That's
Okay.
what they're called, right? So that's like the 80 to 100-year-olds right now. And then the boomers are that 50 to 80 range-ish. Everyone don't kill me on the comments, okay?
Yeah.
But the boomers aren't in assisted living yet. But in the next 10 to 20 years, they will be. And there's 76 million of them. So almost twice as much. And we're currently...
That's America. That's why a lot of people are going into the nursing facility business as a hustle. In America, there are people that are going into the assisted living field, not caring about the residents, but because they know it's going to be so much money in it. So many people are aging in the United States. You say, damn, they tax your inheritance? Yep. In PA. Time to get your passports or go MGTOW for real and move for real. Man, I think this is probably one of the most important live streams that we've done in a while. It's not just expensive to marry a woman in the States. It's expensive to even grow old with your woman in the United States. We think about the divorce part a lot, right? We think about how expensive it is to divorce as a couple in the United States. We rarely talk about how expensive it is if you don't divorce in the United States. And you do have a happy marriage. Men that cry about divorce, in the United States, you might want to stop crying. You dudes that cry about child support, you might want to stop crying. Because the dude that is getting robbed and raped over the coal is not the dude in a divorce. And it is not the dude paying child support and alimony. When you add it all up, it's the dude that stayed married for 20, 30 years. It is so expensive to live happily ever after in the United States. That's a damn shame. She ain't did nothing wrong. You ain't did nothing wrong. But it's still gonna cost y'all almost $300,000 between the age of birth all the way to 18, 19, 20 for each one of your kids. You and your wife ain't done nothing wrong. It's still gonna cost y'all $410,000 on average to buy a house in the United States. Y'all still ain't done nothing wrong. It's still gonna break the bank if you or your wife or one of your kids get sick and y'all ain't done nothing wrong. Man, I'm here to tell you, the divorce, that ain't gonna break you. You think it is? You think them divorce numbers and that alimony gonna break you. You think that child support gonna break you. You think having to split that house up gonna break you. But I'm here to tell you, some of the most broken men and women in the United States are those that have been in happy marriages. But the financial part of being in a happy marriage in the United States is expensive as hell. Man, the happily marriages, happily ever after was not expensive at one point in time in the United States. Now, happily ever after, you're going to pay out the ass for happily ever after. You're going to pay far more than the divorce for happily ever after. You're going to pay way more than child support for happily ever after. So all you dudes that are married or plan on getting married in the United States, do realize, even if it works out, that is more expensive for it to work out than for you to ever not even work and have to pay child support only or have to pay alimony only. That's how expensive the United States is. You can't even afford to be happy. Our brother said celebrities are waking up. Yet man in the White House is worried about other countries and feeding his ego. We literally have a 3-year-old in office. This is true. These politicians literally do not care, and they shouldn't. Say this again for the back of the room, and they shouldn't. These politicians haven't changed since our childhood. We've been complaining about the same thing since the Nixon administration. We complained about Ford. We complained about Kennedy. We complained about Johnson. We complained about Reagan. We complained, unless you had money during the Reagan administration, the average person, really, you think they complained about Trump? Man, you should have been around for the Reagan administration. You think the Trump administration is racist? Y'all should have been around in the 80s for the Reagan terms. They didn't hide their racism at all. They say we're gonna put crack in your community, heroin, everything else. We're gonna lock you up. We complain about the Clinton eras. We complain about both Bush 1 and Bush 2. We complain about Obama, Trump, Biden, anyone? These politicians ain't gonna never change. It's up to us to make some changes. Name one president that we didn't have major complaints about. All of them. When I hear guys that are Republicans complain about Biden, I'm like, yeah. But don't forget about Trump 1. And then when I hear Republicans complain about Obama, I'm like, yeah. Don't forget about Bush. And then when I hear Republicans complaining about other Democrats, I'm like, dude, Republican or Democrat, we all had something to complain about, all of them. It is our job to make the changes and adjustments in our lives, because throughout our life, we have never seen one political party that has done America right. I ain't never seen it in my lifetime, ever. So all you dudes that want to be MAGA, do it. It ain't gonna change nothing. Remember during the Obama / Trump administration, what did they have? They didn't have MAGA. What did the Democrats have? The Tea Party, the March on Wall Street. Remember all that? The March on Wall Street. We're gonna change government. The march on these big time investors making all this money. March on Wall Street. Remember that? Some of y'all forget about the Tea Party. Tea Party movement was the foundation of the MAGA movement. The march on where they marched down to Wall Street and protested. All these rich people. Did that change anything? Nope. Nothing's going to change, brothers. You're going to have to change. Stop waiting for your government to make the changes. Ask not what your government can do for you, but ask what you can do to get the hell away from your government. For real. They do not care, and I don't expect them to, ever. I don't ever, you'll never see me put pressure on politicians, ever. You will see me put pressure on myself before I put pressure on a politician, because none of them, from mayors to governors to city councilmen, ever have done anything that has lasted, over time to help a community. I've never seen it. I have never seen it. My brother says this. He said, my wake-up call, wake-up moment was when Hulk Hogan passed in the hospital under strange circumstances in Clearwater. Shout out to Clearwater, Florida. Regardless of what people feel about him, that woke me up. Yeah, treating him like trash. He said, personally, I don't vote. Then you voted. People who don't vote don't realize that you voted. I love when people say, I don't vote. You voted. In order to not vote, you had to vote I'm not going to vote. And that impacted the polls. People think that I don't vote, so it won't impact the polls. Yes, it does. Just like for those of us that do vote, we impact the polls, and those of you who don't vote, you impact the polls. So if you don't vote, hey, I have nothing to do with that. But don't think because you don't vote, it doesn't impact the vote. It does. It always has. It always has. He said, personally, I don't vote anymore. He said, and I lost faith in both parties. Now, I agree with you on that one. He said, they both are a joke to me. Me too. He said, hell, they can't even agree on lowering the price of living and billing. I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 100%. That's why I'm more of like a conservative independent. I do have very conservative views about a lot of things, but I'm independent because I believe that I'm not going to go to the booth and just put Republican, and I don't know nothing about this Republican. I'm just putting Republican, and I'm not going to go to the booth and put Democrat. No. Everything that's Democrat doesn't mean that it's good. Everything that's Republican don't mean that it's good. Always remember, when you go into that booth, you are not just voting for a president or a senator. There is too much at stake. You're voting for judges. You're voting for city councilmen. You're voting for the people that's going to be over your water. All these, you better read and stop putting Republican because you're being lazy. Republican. No. That's why I'm independent. When I go in the booth, it'll say, okay, let's say if I got a Democrat, or let's say I got a Republican president that I want to endorse. If Republican, okay, let me look at my Florida senator. I don't like that Republican. I'm going Democrat. Okay, here we go. Look at the other senator. Okay, boom. I got 3 House members that I need to vote on. 2 House members. Okay, let me go ahead and vote Republican on that one and Republican on this one because I like both of those Republicans. Okay, right here, this judge, I knew about this judge. He wasn't no good. Let me vote Democrat. Bam. Let me vote Democrat for this one, right? Bam. See, mine is like this. Mine is not like fuck. You ain't gonna catch me just voting for somebody that's just because they say something and I know they don't mean my community any good, meaning the city. Yeah, I've never been funny style about who I vote for. Never. He said it's a lot of abuse and neglect going on in those nursing homes. It really is. Like I said, I worked at a nursing home. Shout out to Elham in the building and my brother Montrez Montgomery of the Montgomery family. He said the federal government was never designed to help the American people. Absolutely correct. The federal government was literally and still literally designed to help America, the land, and the idea known as America. I'll say that again. America's job, American federal, not state, not local, not state, not local. Those are set up to help the people. The federal government is set up to, on a federal level, to sustain the protection of the land mass known as the 50 states. That's the first thing. To regulate, to protect, and legislate the land masses known as the 50 states in the outer province from Guam to the U.S. Virgin Islands, things like that. Right? Greenland. That's what America is set up for. But not Greenland, because Greenland is North America, but it's not American. But everything else, the State Department, the local legislation, all that is set up to take care of the people. Yes, it is. The federal government is for the people. No, it's not. People can be replaced. The country can. I'm gonna say this again for you guys that don't know this. This is just obvious. The people of the United States, all 400 million of us, can be replaced. The land mass, the soil, the actual country, those 50 states cannot be replaced. You can't lose Illinois and replace it next week with another Illinois, but you can lose Andre and replace me the same day with another U.S. citizen, correct? So we are replaceable, but the country itself is not replaceable. So the concept or the idea known as the United States is protected on a federal level, and the land mass known as the United States is protected and legislated on a federal level. That's why when people bitch to on a federal level, okay, cool. Every once in a while, we'll sway a president or a congressman. But for the most part, it's your congressman that's supposed to be there for you because they are your state representatives. So if anybody you're going to call the White House or send a letter to the White House to is going to be your U.S. senators and your House of Representatives, those that represent you in the House. But to cuss and fuss at a president more than you would cuss at your congressman, you're doing it backwards. You should always be more mad at your congressman than you will be at your president. Always be more mad at the judicial system, the Supreme Court, than you do at a president. Your congressman can be there for 30, 40 years. Your president is going to only be there for 4 years. That's it. 4 to 8 years. You can have a congressman or a senator such as Mitch McConnell out of Kentucky in office until they almost dead. Remember, Mitch McConnell was giving speeches like a couple years ago, and he was like blacking out, like in the middle of his speeches. So don't lean to the federal government to take care of the people, because it's not their job. It's not. It's not. It's your state representatives. It's your city representatives. It's your governors. It's your congressman's job. It's all of their jobs to take care of us as people. Shout out to Rico. Good evening to you as well, Rico. Yes, sir. Shout out to Ronan. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Ronan. Let's go back to the video. This brother, they're talking about how many baby boomers and how expensive it's going to be. This is the other thing that people don't talk about in the United States. 2033. If this Congress that's coming in after November does nothing about Social Security, this one that's coming in, this is the most critical one. The trust fund for Social Security will run out 2033, 2035. They already said for Medicare, and Medicare will run out by 2029. So how older people take care of themselves medically, that's going to run out by 2029 if this next Congress does nothing about it. Social Security will literally, the trust fund. Okay, this is how it works. When they first started Social Security, they had on average for every person that retired, there were 23 working people to take care of them. Let me go back some. For those that don't know, this is how Social Security works. Social Security works like this. You work and the money goes off into the trust, right? The fund. When the next generation starts working, the fund is not touched. See, you think that Americans think, I worked so hard and I deserve my Social Security. No, the next generation, like baby boomers, worked for those that are centurions, the ones that are 100 years old. Baby boomers work to make sure that these people got checks. So baby boomers were putting a little money into the trust fund. They were putting money into the trust fund. But baby boomers take care of those that are 100 years old right now. Here comes Generation X. The money that comes out of our paychecks for our Social Security, a little of it goes into the trust fund, but most of our money take care of the baby boomers. Here come the millennials. Millennials, a little bit of the money goes into the trust fund, but most of the money, when you see Social Security FICA taken out of your paycheck, it is not for you. It is for Generation X, my age, Generation X. Then who'll take care of the millennials are Generation Z. A little bit of their FICA will go into the kitty, and millennials will be taken care of by Generation Z. And that's how it works. Alpha will take Alpha generation, the babies now, will take care of Generation Z. That's how Social Security works. Okay. So don't think when you see your money getting out of your paycheck, FICA, that is going towards your retirement. No, the generation behind you will always take care of you. So it works like that. And each one puts a little bit of money into the kitty. Well, now let's go back. When Social Security first started in the United States, I guess this channel is a one-stop shop channel. Okay. When Social Security first started in the United States, on average, it was about 23 people that will be taken care of for every one person that was retired. So a huge chunk of money will be going into the trust fund because nobody needed this money, right? Nobody needed them. The trust is just growing. It's just growing and just growing, right? Over the years. Well, over the years, more and more people were retiring, and you had more and more people working, but still more and more people as time progressed were retiring, and it went down from 23 people taking care of one person to retire. Now it's like 3. So every person on Social Security right now is being taken care of by every 3 workers in the United States today. But they can't afford that. You're right. So how do they get taken care of? The trust fund. So America has been slowly having the 3 people taking care of seniors and dipping into the trust fund. So 3 people take some money out of your paycheck and then the trust fund. Take care of each person. A little bit of trust fund, a little bit of people, a little bit of trust fund. Now, the trust fund is damn near gone. And they've been saying for the last 7-8 years, Congress, y'all got to do something about this trust fund. Time is running out. And all the experts have been saying between 2033 to 2035, the U.S. trust fund, that little bit that they were putting away money, and now they've been using it just a little bit at a time. It's not up here anymore. It's all the way down here now. That's why you hear sometimes people say, by the time I retire, ain't gonna be no money left, because the trust fund will be gone. And it will be, and if it's almost gone with the trust fund, what are they gonna do, Dre? If people will stop getting Social Security? No. They're gonna take away 25% of your mama's, well, let's put it like this, by the time that come along, I'll be retired. So they'll take 25% of whatever I was supposed to get. 25% of that I won't get ever. Let's say in Social Security, I ain't talking about my investments and everything else. Let's say in Social Security, I'm supposed to get $2,000 a month, right? $2,000 a month. If they don't get this situation together with the U.S. trust fund, and there's not enough workers, because people are losing their jobs, there's not enough workers to take care of Generation X, because millennials don't have enough jobs, right? Millennials take care of us. Without the millennials and without the trust fund, they're going to take 25% of my paycheck or my Social Security. So instead of getting $2,000, I will get only $2,500. That does not include the fact that Medicare's trust fund is running out. That a lot of seniors use Medicare and Medicaid. That's how bad it is in the States. And for those of you that don't know, one of our first channels, Mostly Money, we had 127,000 subscribers, and our channel was nothing but Social Security. So just in case you guys are wondering how Andre knows so much about Social Security, one of our first YouTube channels was nothing but Social Security. That's why I know so much about Social Security. So this is another reason why it's expensive to live in the United States, but it's expensive to die in the United States. And this is why you have so many older people taking their little Social Security checks and relocating to another country. Why? In the United States, over 50% of US citizens start collecting Social Security by the age of 62. A lot of people think it's 65 retirement, but it's not. The actual age of that you receive your Social Security is 62. If you wait until, now here's the clips. After 62, you can start collecting Social Security any age after that. As long as you keep waiting all the way up to the age of 70, if you wait, you get an 8% increase plus a cost of living increase. So let's say the cost of living due to inflation increase for Social Security, just like the military, you guys get your increase. Let's say it's 2%. Inflation's going up. Older people get a 2% increase later on this year. They always announce it on October 13th, my birthday. That's why I know when older people are going to get more money. Sometimes it might be 0%. They may not get any increase. During the pandemic, they got the highest, which was 5.7% increase. So every year that you don't apply for your Social Security after the age of 62, you get an automatic 8%. That's automatic 8% increase and you get that 1 or 2 or 3% inflation increase. So that may add up to be a 9 or 10% increase on your Social Security. So if, in other words, like this, if you started off at $2,000, if you retire at the age of 62, if you wait to 65, it might be $2,200 or $2,300 if you wait to 65. But most Americans are like, nah, that's all right. I'm done. I'm done. 62, give me my money. I don't care how much it is, give me my money. T-Mac says this. He says, shout out to LJ. He said, they limit FICA tax on high, and that's true. If you are high, if you make Elon Musk money, if you make Theo Waff's graduates money, if you make over 200, he's absolutely correct. If you make over $250,000 in the United States, there is a cap on what insurance, what FICA can take out of your check. So in other words, let's say FICA's been taking this money out of your check while you're making 100,000, while you're making 50,000. They've been taking that money out. You would think Elon Musk would be paying crazy Social Security, right? Because he's making money like, nope. The cap in the United States is $250,000. In other words, once you hit the $250,000 threshold of earnings, they do not raise your Social Security amount. You pay the same amount that anybody else will pay, even if you're making Elon Musk money. That's why you have Bernie Sanders always fussing about Social Security, because he's like, why don't the rich pay their fair share into Social Security so we can get the trust fund back up? Could you imagine Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg paying the percentage of their paychecks into Social Security, which is the exact percentage that you pay? You know how much money that would be just for those 3 dudes? But they don't. If you make over 250,000, Snoop Dogg, all them people. Name your favorite entertainer. If you make over 250,000, that's it. You owe the same amount as anybody else, even if you made 5.2 million last year. That's absolutely correct, T-Mac. It's not fair, but that's what it is. Let's go back to the video. I don't want to talk about Social Security all night long. He said millennials came up at a time where they got screwed. Yeah, I could say there have been quite a few generations that have gotten. I could say this, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Millennials have been screwed worse than the Great Depression. Millennials were born during the housing market crash. That was 2008, 2009, 2012. Millennials have been around for when the Trump administration gave a 17% increase to corporations and rich people. And they didn't get any of that. After that, millennials had to live through the pandemic. Millennials have had to deal with post-pandemic. You ain't never lied. Being born a millennial, you literally were born in one of the worst time periods in American history. And a couple years ago, I studied U.S. recessions. A lot of people don't realize U.S. has been dealing with recessions since the late 1700s. We've gone through a lot of recessions. And I'll say this again, since the late 1700s, America has been dealing with recessions off and on. But nobody's had to deal with what the millennials have had to deal with. You've had to deal with global pandemics, global inflation, global recessions, a crashing housing market in the United States. Right when you're born, right when you come of age. And it's crazy to be a millennial. It's crazy. Yes, technology has advanced, but what's the use of technology advancing if every time you turn around as a millennial, all hell is breaking loose? Millennials have not had a break yet. I cannot name the year millennials had a good year. When Biden administration was around, paying back college loans, at the same time, all those people that wasn't paying their rent during the pandemic, all that money was due. Man, please. Yep, he said this is why liberals and most progressive push for raising the tax on the $250,000 earnings. Absolutely correct. Shout out to you, brother. Absolutely correct. He said, which is why I'm saving to get the fuck out of here. It ain't like you're lying. It's not like he's lying. Let's go finish off this part of the video.
1.3 million beds short. So they're only projecting we're building about 50,000 beds per year. This is one of the biggest opportunities our generation will ever have.
This might be my break. I might not release this podcast.
He's like, shut it off, shut it off.
Yeah. Guys, this is why the healthcare industry in the United States is so fucked up, okay? I just left the doctor's office. My 6-year-old daughter had a bunch of bumps underneath her left armpit, right? She's been complaining for the last week that her underarm has been itchy. Oh, daddy, it burns, it's itchy. So I thought it might have been maybe some of the soap we were using or a shampoo, whatever it was, okay? Made an appointment to take her to the dermatologist. He just seen her. He sent in a prescription. Mind you, this all happened within the last hour. Sent in a prescription to the local Walgreens here in our area. I pull up to the drive-up window, right? Hello, sir. May I help you? Yes, ma'am. Our doctor sent in a prescription for my daughter. Can you please see if it's ready? Sure, no problem. Okay. Now, this is a prescription for all you pharmacists out there. Tell me what the fuck I'm missing because I'm about to get steamed. This is the prescription, okay? That's what it's called. That's what it's called. All right? 1% cream applied twice a day. Twice daily. Again, that's a prescription. Pharmacist comes back. Yes, sir, we have your prescription ready. How would you like to pay for it? Well, does my insurance cover it? I'm sorry, sir. Unfortunately, the insurance doesn't cover it. Now, mind you, I've got United Healthcare, which is supposed to be a decent insurance. Pay $750 a month, right?
Damn. $750. Hey guys, do me a favor. You ain't got to tell me exactly what you pay per month. Give me some of the numbers that you guys hear. You can put in your number if you want to, but if you don't want to put in your number, put in the number of maybe one of your co-workers. I want to know. I've been going a while. I'm being serious. How much is health insurance? Are they taking out of your paycheck or per month? Can you give me an estimate what some of you guys are paying back home per month for medical insurance, whether it be for yourself, for your family, for you and your wife? Let me know what the numbers are, man. I'll be patient right here. I'm gonna tell y'all what we pay for the best of the best. We pay for sewer insurance here. Sewer insurance company is excellent, and we pay for, and we get house calls and everything. My 2 surgeries were absolutely free. We pay per month $100 for full scale everything. Medical insurance covers everything: teeth, eyes, everything. He said, I work for a private company, so they only take out $75 a month. That's not too bad. Yeah, I got extra. Yeah, that's what we got. Yep. He said if you're good, he said I'm paying $540. Goodness gracious. Is that for family or just you? Ronan says, he said, I've seen families pay before Obamacare. It was $4,000 a month. Now. He say with it, only 600 a month. With Trump, he fucked it up. I did hear about that. Give me some numbers, guys. Give me some numbers. He said it's going back up again. I heard about that. Insurance prices are going back up. Give me some prices that you guys have heard out there. They'll him say he's paying $540 for one person. What is some of you guys are paying? That's coming out of your paycheck. $75, $50, $100. Montreal says those prices are not coming down, and they're not coming down. He said we'll continue to go up in the private sector as the results of a weakening dollar. That is so true. Well, for the few guys that did put in some numbers, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's continue on.
However, for some reason, it doesn't cover this fucking prescription. I don't know why. You fucking tell me. Maybe if I was a migrant, it would cover it, right? But listen, we'll leave that for another fucking day, right? No problem, man. How much is it? I'll pay cash. $202 fucking dollars. As God is my witness, as I'm sitting in this.
And he's talking about just some itching cream. Just some calamine lotion cream. Nothing special. Just some regular everyday itching cream that he could have gotten over the counter. He said, I'm living off the system. He said, so I don't pay in the U.S. VA handles everything. Shout out to the VA boys and ladies.
Car in the fucking parking lot of Walgreens. $202 for this fucking anti-itch cream.
I just left Walmart where I bought 1 bottle of body wash, 1 stick of deodorant, and 8 rolls of toilet paper. My bill was $49 fucking dollars. $50 for 3 items. I'm getting ready to move into a new apartment, and for a 1-bedroom, 638 square feet, it's going to be $930 a month.
I love my white brothers. I really do. White brothers, white women. Love you. Really do. But nobody feels sorry for you. Y'all could go on TikTok, X, doesn't matter. We saw how y'all voted. You're getting what you voted for. You are literally getting what you voted for. If I purchased a Porsche, I can't be mad because it has a stick shift and not an automatic the way that I would want it, and I didn't check into it. And then even when I checked into it, I knew that particular Porsche, that particular one, that particular 911 was a stick shift. And I'm all right with driving a stick shift, but I'm not Porsche good with a stick shift, right? White folks, y'all can complain for the next 3 years about Trump. Nobody is feeling sorry for you. You do the same pattern over and over and over. You complain about the housing market during the Obama administration. You complain about unfair. Like I said, you had to march on Wall Street during the Trump administration. You had the Tea Party that came out. All this, we're gonna fight against the government. Got your white ass in them voting booths, and you voted with your race. You didn't vote with your paycheck. You didn't vote with your with the community. You voted with your race. So anytime I hear white people complaining about anything going on in the United States, I literally don't care. As a white person, my brother in the Lord, I care about you like that. My sister in the Lord, I care about you like that. But when you complain about the economy and we all saw how y'all voted, don't nobody care. Why are they going over there giving money to Israel? Don't nobody care. Why are they spending billions of dollars over in a war with Iran, but they're not feeding us? Nobody cares. You voted for white people in masses. I'm not talking about the few brothers or the few sisters. Hear me out, white people. I am not talking about the Republican Party. I'm talking about y'all. The Republican Party, just like the Democratic Party, does not mean white. Independents don't just mean white. So I'm not talking about Republican Party at all. I'm talking about you white folks. You voted all to the tariffs. You voted for that. Gas prices, California. Guess what? You voted for that. All y'all white folks in California, even though it's a blue country, a blue state, y'all still voted for it. I do not feel sorry for y'all. I don't know why white Americans expect us to have sympathy for them. You voted for DEI. Get rid of DEI. So now the laws that protected women, see, you thought when they got rid of DEI, it was going to hurt us only. No, ladies, white women, y'all getting fired too, huh? Don't feel good, does it? How you think you got hired? Because black people made sure when they said equal rights, they also meant equal rights for women, equal rights for gays, equal rights for foreigners. So now all you women, y'all hurting. All you foreigners, y'all hurting, as well as black folks. You voted for it. You voted for it. ICE coming through y'all neighborhoods, kicking in doors in the suburbs. You voted for it, white people. White people. White folks. All you white folks. Not white folks, white folks. All you white folks, y'all voted for it. Ain't nobody gonna feel sorry for y'all. Nobody. Ain't gonna be one tear shed. Because you know what's gonna happen? See, black people during this recent election learned one thing. We can't trust y'all. Well, what do you mean? We watch y'all complain like on this video. We cannot trust y'all to fight against that which you complain about. I'll say that again, white folks. We cannot trust you when you go, after all you'll do 4 years of complaining, 4 years of crying and whining about this, about that, and at the end of the 4 years of each one of those presidents, you will still walk in that booth where ain't nobody around, and you will vote in accordance to your whole race. And so now black people have caught on to that, and we don't care nothing about what you got to say after the votes have been tallied. After the votes have been tallied and you get the results, meaning that person who becomes president or congressman or mayor is tearing up your city and tearing up your household, you voted for it. So all that crying y'all doing, white people, you got 2.5 more years to keep crying. But we already know black people have learned, and we have woken up to the fact, minorities have learned and have woken up to the fact that after all this crying y'all about to do for the next 2.5 years, you're going to do the same thing y'all been doing since I was a little kid. You're going to walk in that booth, no matter how many tears you cried, no matter how the federal government treated you like trash, you will walk up in that walk up in that voting booth and vote with your race every time. Once again, this is not a slight towards Democrats, because they will do that with a Democrat, and it's not a slight towards Republicans, because whites will vote like that with Republicans. The one thing that the rich depend on, I'm going to say this before we go on to the video. One thing, white folks, you do know the rich depend on one type of vote. The minority vote? Nope. We're important. We ain't that important. They depend on poor, stupid, hillbilly, white voters. They know the rich in the middle class are going to vote for them because the rich in the middle class know they're going to get tax breaks and they're going to make more money. All right? But you poor hillbillies, that's who they vote on to be the masses who do not know how to vote any other way except with your race. And that's why when y'all crying, nobody gives a damn. Nobody gives a damn. Every president has, even Obama, leaned on the dumb white voters. If you could keep you some dumb white voters in your pocket, you could become a mayor, a governor, a senator, a president. And that's a fact. So all this crying y'all doing on social media, white people, don't nobody care.
Gas is $5 a gallon. Milk is $3.89 a gallon.
Wow, wow, wow.
And bread is almost $6 a loaf. A 24-pack of bottled water is $7 And I'm at the point now to where at 50 years old, I'm trying not to crack here. I'm 50 years old and there's no fucking way I'm ever going to be able to retire. I've had to cash in my life insurance and my 401 in order to survive. You know, after a certain amount of time living and working on this planet, you shouldn't have to.
That's another bad habit Americans got. Don't do that, Americans. Americans, yeah, that's a bad habit we got. That's a bad habit we got. We always act like the world is going through. No, not the world. We always think when something happened to us as Americans, well, you know, this world is going crazy. These kids in this world, marriage in the world. What is this world coming to? Gas prices are crazy in this world. This man said he cashed in. You heard him, Ronan. Cashed in his life insurance policy. Cashed that in. And his 401k. And still didn't leave the country. You think I'm going to cash in my life insurance policy and 401k, meaning I lost a chunk of it to taxes, right? Let's be real. And I'm still going to stay in the States? Yeah, those are the voters that I was just talking about. Those are the type of voters that I just talked about. T-Mac said, he said, I wanted the gas prices to go to $10 a gallon. Ooh-wee, that'd have been a beast. They can't see outside the U.S. borders. That's so true. Tim Howard says this. He said, if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than, and I've heard this, he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. I forgot who said that, but that's true. He said, hell, give him somebody to look down to, and he'll empty his pockets for you. That's so true. What's the other? This the one that they say about white people for years. I forgot who said it, but this is a quote that they've been saying for years. If some of you guys never heard this. I forgot who said it. He said facts. He should have left. He should have left by now. Absolutely correct. Oh, Lyndon B. Johnson said that. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, brother. Lyndon B. Johnson. Appreciate that, T-Mac.
Work you should not have to work 2 fucking jobs just.
The story of beef, Lil Donnie, and the starvation of America. It's no secret that everything in America is now vastly more expensive than it was just 4 months ago. One of the best barometers for cost of living in America is beef, the sharp increase we've already experienced. And what we're about to be hit with is pretty fucking shocking. When Donald Trump took office, the price of ground beef was $5.55. Due to drought, U.S. cattle herds were already contracting, so we were offsetting that by importing beef, which Donnie decided to tariff.
I didn't know America had to import beef. I did not know that it got so bad, that it's gotten so bad in America that they've had to import beef,
leading to a 21% rise in the cost of beef. Thanks, Donnie. So in February, the cost was $6.74 per pound. Raising and transporting beef takes gas. And because the price of gas is skyrocketing, in April, the cost of beef was up to an astounding $6.68. But lock in, fuckers, it only gets worse from here. U.S. farmers were not able to properly fertilize their crops because of the war. And that means the cost to feed cattle and the amount of cattle we can even produce is insanely expensive. That cost is locked in, but it hasn't hit the market yet. It is projected that by October this year, the price of beef will quickly hit $6.90. And by 2027, even if the Strait of Hormuz opens right now today, we'll be looking at close to $8 a pound. That is a 30% rise. 30% on only one item.
Damn. That's crazy. Shout out to our Canadian brother in the building.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh,
Black Nubian. Check this out, fellas. I didn't know if it was true or not. So, you know me, I got to bring receipts. Let me see if you guys can see on the screen what I have. Let me remove that. Okay, here we go. The U.S. imports beef from Argentina, primarily in the form of lean beef trimmings, just the trimmings used for ground beef. So y'all just get the trimming, the lean trimmings used for grounded beef. The Trump administration signed a proclamation allowing additional 80,000 metric tons of Argentinian beef. No wonder they gave Argentina $40 billion. Argentinian beef to enter the U.S. tariff-free annually, aiming to increase the domestic supply and ease record high meat costs. Record high meat costs to consumer. Goodness gracious. He said, I'm vegan. In the States, I ain't mad at you. T-Mac, he's talking to Tim Howard. Goodness gracious. I did not know that, America. The things I learned. Okay.
Americans have to purchase on a weekly basis. That's what Donnie has done. Our economy is tied. It gets worse from here. U.S. farmers were not able to properly fertilize their crops because of the war. And that means the cost to feed cattle and the amount of cattle we can even produce is insanely expensive. That cost is locked in, but it hasn't hit the market yet. It is projected that by October this year, the price of beef will quickly hit $6.90. And by 2027, even if the Strait of Hormuz opens right now today, we'll be looking at close to $8 a pound. That is a 30% rise. 30% on only one item that the majority of Americans have to purchase on a weekly basis. That's what Donnie has done. Our economy is tied to the tracks, and the train is coming. There is no real way out. Yet for some reason, Donnie keeps shoveling more coal into the engine and trying to hit you faster and harder, all while he paints pools blue and cries about who will show up to his birthday concert.
Why is it that I, as a federal employee, have had all of my money go to rent and needed bills. I am overdrawn right now and cannot afford groceries for a while, and I'm having to go to like free food banks and things.
Welcome to
Not only that, you come into work and all they're about is saving money, hurrying, any way they can save money, right? I am not here to highlight the negatives of my job. I did not make this video because I want sympathy. I did not make this video because I want your money or any money given to me. All I'm really doing is I'm trying to highlight a common pattern in everything right now. How much worse is it going to have to get before we start caring and doing something about it? How much of us need to become homeless before we finally stand up for ourselves and do something? And as you know, there are no plans to make this better right now by the people that are profiting. We will be squeezed as much as possible until no more comes out.
There is a cost of living crisis in America, with millions of Americans struggling to pay for housing, childcare, healthcare. Maryland's state comptroller put out a report recently saying that working-aged, middle-income households are moving away to more affordable states. So how big of a problem is that? What are you doing about it?
I mean, it is a national problem, but it is a very big problem in the state of Maryland. It's just harder to get by. And frankly, it's not fair. When I'm watching 37% of young Marylanders say that they would consider leaving the state for one reason: housing costs. When I'm watching people who are saying, I don't understand how my energy bill went from $250 to $800, it's not fair to them. And I know, I think about my mom. I look at the situation that we grew up in. Like, I didn't grow up from a family of wealth. Like, this kind of stuff matters. In fact, my mother still to this day is like, why is my energy bill so high? So I get it every day.
And so what's your answer to your mother?
So, honestly, my answer is that we have not done enough to be able to really fortify the grid, to get more energy options. We haven't done enough when it comes to housing to be able to build more housing. And so the solutions that we have put on board, when it comes to things like energy, we've provided last year $200 million in rebates to Marylanders to make sure we're putting more money back in their pocket.
Y'all, it's happening again. I'm a licensed therapist.
Mental health is now the world's top concern. Medical health has overtaken cancer, while mental health has overtaken cancer as the world's most cited health concern in a global Ipsos survey, rising from 27% in 2018 to 45% in 2024 by respondents in 31 countries. So people are more concerned with mental health than cancer, stress, obesity, drug use, diabetes, heart disease, alcoholism, smoking, COVID, dementia, sexually transmitted diseases. None of those can compete with mental health. And I know you know this field more than anybody else, Jay Fleming. I know, right, Jay? When I thought about you when I was putting this together, when I saw this, I was like, wow. Yep. T-Mac says this. He said, I could care less about the brothers that complain about the economy, but still find money to buy. That's what T-Mac, you are preaching to the choir tonight. I hear Americans complain and fuss and cuss, but they still got I have seen every football stadium, every college football stadium, pro baseball stadiums, the NBA stadiums, always packed. Floor seats, always packed. The nosebleed seats at a football game or a basketball game, always packed. Y'all giving y'all woman $800 to see Bruno Mars concerts sold out in every city. You taking your woman to go see Bruno Mars, 2 tickets, $1,600 to go see Beyonce in just some normal seats. You're paying $1,200 a piece and you're buying 2 or 3 tickets. Comedy shows still packed. Netflix is going up to $30 a month. Americans ain't flinched. Still coming out. They ain't closed their Netflix account. They still coming out of that money. Hulu. Who knew that Americans will complain? Movie theaters still packed, making billions of dollars. Michael Jackson movie is about to crack $1 billion, not including the Star Wars Mandalorian movie that's about to come out, not including a couple of other good movies about to come out. When you sit back, you see all restaurants that are out there, vacation spots. Clearwater Beach is still packed with tourists. Miami Beach, South Beach, stay packed. When I hear Americans crying over not having any money, I don't listen to y'all either. Americans will spend money on their vices. Remember when I told y'all, in order to get my first apartment here in Colombia, I sat back and I said, and not in order to get it, I could have got it without it, but I just didn't want to spend the extra money. I had a choice to get a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, including all utilities and everything. It was just unfurnished. And it was here in Cali, Colombia. And it was $325 a month. Really nice area for our first apartment. I was spending going out on the weekends. Cigars, brandy, just comedy clubs. Kid you not, I was heavily in comedy clubs. I'm spending at least $350, $360 a month. And I literally told myself, I got a choice. I can dip into my regular money that I spend and pay the $325 a month for my apartment in Cali. Or I could cut back on the brandies and the cigars and not spend $350 a month on brandy and cigars and have me an apartment waiting for me every time I come to Colombia. So I said, fuck the brandy and the cigars. I'll have that when I get to Colombia. And that's how we got our first apartment. Like I said, I could have dipped in my other money, but why should I? When all I had to do was just take money from my pleasure principal fund, which was the brandy and the cigars, and spend it on. Yeah, he said, check out the highlights from the NBA Finals. Yes, sir. MSG nosebleed seats, $3,000, and it's packed. It's not like that stadium is empty. It is packed full of Americans watching the NBA Finals. And they'll do that for the Super Bowl. Super Bowl dues coming out between $6,000 to $18,000, $20,000 a ticket. And Americans will pay it without a flinch. So when I hear Americans complaining and crying and whining, I don't listen to y'all at all, at all, at all. Remember, I gave you guys the stat. Remember this number: $27.40 a day. $27 $10.40 a day. That is $10,000 in a year. Anybody that's trying to save up $10,000 in a year, all you need to save is, I don't care if you want to invest that amount in a year, put it in a money market account. Don't just leave it in your bank account. No. Don't put it in crypto because it'll be up and down. Give crypto a minute to kind of bounce back. Or just put a little bit of it in crypto and see how it goes. And don't be putting it all in Elon Musk stocks, okay? SpaceX. $27.40 a day, and you'll be able to save $10,000. Do not tell me Americans cannot come up with $27 a day. We spend that much damn near on Subway or soda and maybe a little something afterwards. Don't tell me that we don't spend $27 a day. $27 a day is $27 a day. If you take a chick out for some drinks, the cost of the average drink in tips in larger cities, if you just take a chick on one date and y'all having 3 drinks apiece, that's equivalent to 6 days, because the average drinks in the United States are between $22 and $25, including tip. Don't tell me that y'all can't save up $27 a day. Some of y'all could have been gone. Could have been living in another country. You could have had a teaching job in Japan or China, but you refuse to save just $27 a day. In Starbucks, that's the price of a cup of coffee. Zeta said, exactly, Dre. After the FIFA World Cup, he said, I'm done. I'm back to my minimal spending. He said, it's been a while since I enjoyed a good outing. I don't spend much. Now, that's true. I'm not saying be a hermit. He's right. If there's something special that you want to celebrate and enjoy, do it. But we got dudes and women in the United States that got Jordan collections worth $20,000. We're talking about regular people. We're not talking about superstars. We're talking about regular, everyday people that have it. Okay. When I left the States, I had over 35 pair of shoes. I did not need no damn 35 pair of shoes. I didn't. Bruh, I got shoes here. I probably got 15 pair of shoes that I've acquired again over the last 10 years. I probably wear 7 of them. I got a certain amount of hard bottoms that I wear. I got 3 pair of boots, 3 pair of sneakers, and 2 of them are for the gym. The other ones, they just sitting around like furniture. Yeah. Hey, I'm on my way of doing that as well. But I'm following Ronan Traveler's advice and buying me another term life insurance policy. Absolutely correct. He said, no wonder chat is low. The game is on. Yep, the game is on. That's what guys are watching. My brother say, absolutely. People buying Jordans and all types of name brand stuff that in other countries aren't even that important. Absolutely correct, Zeta. Absolutely correct. KP said, I'm watching both. I ain't mad at you, brother. Shout out to you. Izzy said, I don't drink cafe or liquor. Yep. I've cut back a lot on the liquor part. You in Colombia, you ain't gonna miss the coffee, but it's here. But the drinking, I've cut back quite a bit. He said, I have walking shoes. Yeah, I have walking shoes. Like my boots are walking boots. He said, and workout shoes. Yep. He said, that's all I need to get around. Shout out to my brother 007 in the building. Yep, by DH Gate. He said, you'll be fine. AAA or quadruple A. He said, I gotta calm myself. He said, I gotta calm myself out. He said, I got chills with the perfume free. I've slowed down. I've got so many things that we want to do in the next couple of years, and I don't want to dip into the investments. And I know that this is an investment market right now, so I've slowed down. And you see me, but I'll buy a clone. I'll buy a clone. I love having the originals, and I have a lot of originals up here, but I got a lot of clones. Ever since I saw a street interview with women in Europe, and they asked them, how do you like this cologne? How do you like that cologne? They were like, oh, I like this one, but I like that one better. Well, what about this one? I like this one better. And come to find out that most women walking down the street couldn't tell the difference between a clone or an expensive one. And many women like the clone more than they like the $500 expensive one. So when they told the woman the price, like, yeah, this one is $500. What? Y'all spent $500? I didn't even like that one. How much was the other one? It was a $35. Why? I like the $35 one better. So women don't care as long as you smell good. Those of us who are collectors like me, Will, and a bunch of you other guys, David Dice of the Dice family, of course. And like I'll splurge on a cologne now, like when Dave showed us the chocolate one. Yes, I'll splurge on a cologne like that. But for the most part, if I don't see an original that I must have, I'll get a clone. Kofa says this. He said, thanks for the confirmation, Dre. He said, I've been working on minimalist lifestyle slowly but surely. Absolutely correct, bro. You ain't doing nothing wrong. You're setting yourself up better than a lot of people. A lot of people. Zeta says, yep. He said, I had to sacrifice some of the things that I like, especially some of my favorite colognes. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And DJ Davis in the building says this. He said, I find the originals that are testers. I do testers too. He said, good discounts on those. There's even tester websites. For some of you guys that didn't know that, you know, when you see the testers in the store, you can test out the cologne. There's actually tester websites for colognes. Just Google it, and you'll find a couple of websites that only sell testers that they usually sell in stores. He said, on those, but clones save me a lot of money. T-Mac says this. He said, my budget is tight because I fool myself by auto investing every day. That's what I'm going to be doing right now over this next week. I'm setting things up to be auto investing every single day. Just auto investing automatically. Daily dollar cost average really works. He said you wouldn't spend if the money is not there. Correct. It's not there, but it's in an investment account. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Yep, and it's got micro perfume. I hear from them all the time, to where instead of paying $250 for cologne, you can get a 3 ounce or 5 ounce for $20 of your favorite $500, $300 colognes. You can get the okay. I'll show you what I mean. Mason Kirkjohn, the artist behind Baccarat 540 and Grand Soir. Each one of these, if I would have purchased them separately, like this is what his bottles look like, right? If I had purchased, man, that smells good. That smells really good. If I had purchased these separately, these would have been $150 to $250 a piece. But because I got the set of 10 ounce, just to go to show you how large the 10 ounce are. Let me see if I find what the 10 ounces are, even though I use this. So it's not really small, see? So the 10 ounce, each one of these were like $30, $40 a piece. But since I bought it in a set, so a lot of times I'll buy a set. I'll see how much they have for the sample set. So if I have a favorite brand, Andre's like this. If I want the whole collection of LV colognes, instead of paying $300 for the Imagination whole set, each one of them separately, I'll see if Louis Vuitton has a cologne set. And usually those sets go for like this one I paid $200 for, right? So those sets are like $200, but you get 6 or 7 different colognes. Instead of paying $250 for one, I would have all of the so-called Louis Vuitton collection. So a lot of times I'll just get I'm happy with I've had this, think about it. I've had this set for 2 years. We went to London 2 years ago. I bought this at the oldest cologne shop in London. That's why I was so happy to get it, because it got a story behind it. The oldest cologne shop in London, and I got this set of Mason Francis Kirkjohn. So instead of buying this one for $200, I got the whole set for $200. And you see, I haven't burned through it. I've only burned through the Grand Soir, but the rest, Grand Soir and what's this one right here? Oh, Gentle Fluidity. I burned through that one, but I still have Baccarat 540, right? Which one right here? Baccarat 540. You see, I still have a lot of that left. So I like to buy the sets. The clones and the sets. And if I want to splurge with an original, so be it. But think about it. If I can have the whole set of Louis Vuitton and it lasts me for 2 or 3 years, or even 4 years for the whole set of Louis Vuitton, I'm buying the set. Even if that set costs me $200, $250, I got everything, and it's going to last me 2 or 3 years. And then I let the original, not the original, but the larger sizes, I'll splurge on. This one right here is the Satin Oud by Francis Jared Clark, Mason Francis Kirkjohn. I'll spoil myself with maybe 1 or 2 of these, but the rest, I'll just get a set. But yeah, I'm not going to go broke trying to keep up with America. Yeah, that's another cologne set that I love. That's probably one of my favorite brands now, man. That Nitro brand, Nitro, I love Nitro, man. Love it. They're strong. This clone of Creed Absolute, not Creed Aventus, Creed Absolute, which is my favorite Creed outside of Virgin Island. Outside of Virgin Island Waters and Creed Green Hours Tweed. But Creed Absolute excellent clone. Instead of paying $350 for Creed Absolute, only like $30 for Nitro. And like you say, the testers. This one is a watermelon scent for men. Smells like Jolly Ranchers. Really good. This one is YSL Myself clone, $30. So each one of these are $30 a piece. Very heavy magnetic top. Very heavy magnetic top. Very heavy bottle. So yeah. And they project and they're long lasting. So there are about 4 more from that collection that I want to get. They probably hit it as being right now my favorite clone house. Yeah, I want to get that green one too. I want the green one, the white one, and they just came out with another one, the gold one that they came out with. They say check out Daniel Josser. Let me check it out. Oh, the creator of Tom Ford. Okay, cool. All right. Golden Musk. Cool. All right. Gotcha. Let's go back to the video.
Of over 22 years, and I have seen my fair share of collective trauma here in the US. I have seen what people go through due to the amount of school shootings we have, due to the varying recessions we have. But right now, people are depressed, anxious, and they can't afford their bills, their mortgage, their groceries, their anything. People are not able to have a night out, to go on vacation, to decompress, because here in the US, we don't get a lot of paid time off from jobs the way that other countries do. So unsurprisingly, our collective mental health is in the toilet. And so many of us saw this coming. And on top of that, people can't afford mental health care. Why did anyone vote for that man again?
In America alone, we ended over 1 million unborn lives in 2024. More than cancer, more than gun violence, more than war. 1 million children gone, not from disease, but from choice. Think about it. Gun deaths in the US are around 46,000 a year. Yet abortion wipes out more lives than almost every other cause of death. And most abortions, they're not about health. They're not about tragedy or emergency. They're about convenience. Wrong timing, too hard, too costly, too inconvenient. That's the truth that nobody wants to say out loud. And this isn't new. From the beginning of civilization, when nations slid into moral collapse, they sacrificed their children to Moloch, to Baal, to the fertility gods, to idols promising prosperity and harvest. Each culture that made peace with killing its young did so for one reason: to make life easier for themselves, to secure comfort, fertility, wealth, or safety. Today, our gods look different. Career, freedom, convenience, choice, but the altar is the same. And history has always judged this as the greatest indictment of any culture. Let's be clear. Yes, women have the right to choose. We all agree with that. Choose to have protected sex or choose not to have sex. But those choices need to be made before someone else's body has to pay for it. Once a child exists inside her, it's not just her body anymore. It's two. And to trade the innocence for comfort, to destroy the defenseless for convenience, is the oldest and surest sign that society is headed for collapse. So the question is, what will we say when we stand before God and He asks us, what did you do while children were being slaughtered on your watch? Will we hide behind politics, or will we stand up and say, I fought for life? Because in this matter, silence is complicity. Life is not negotiable, and every generation has to decide. Will we be the kind of men and women who protect the sanctity of life, or the kind who sacrifice it at the altar for our convenience?
absolute shockwaves across the political spectrum when a new study was released from the National Bureau of Economic Research, a first of its kind, that found that 22,500 senior citizens had died unnecessarily after they were entrusted to the care of nursing homes and aged care facilities that were then sold to private equity. And this study has shown a direct correlation between the private equity acquisition and the deaths of the patients.
Now, this article came out in 2021 that she's talking about with all these deaths in nursing homes. Remember, guys, tonight's topic is about the cost of living in the United States, but also the cost of dying in the United States.
And now people are all asking, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Who's doing something to stop this? What are the politicians doing? And the answer is absolutely nothing. They're just taking more bribes, donations, from the same lobbyists that represent those firms and continuing on their way. Let's get into it. This is the first study to look at long-term effects on patients when private equity gets involved in healthcare, and you see long-term outcomes that can be directly tied to the conduct of the company following private equity acquisition, and the outcomes are horrifying. In 2005, only 1% of all nursing care facilities were owned by private equity. By 2009, that number had increased to 5%. By 2019, it had increased to 11%. By 2021, 13%. And now we expect that it may have doubled in the 2 years since then. This study followed 302 nursing care facilities that had been acquired by private equity as of 2013, and it followed their progress from 2013 to 2017 with in-depth looks at the individual case files and progress of every patient in those facilities. Now, all of those facilities included 9,600 patients, and that was stacked against more than 9,600 other non-private equity owned hospitals and more than 200,000 patients in those hospitals, and they compared outcomes. What the study found was that patients in the private equity-owned hospitals had an 11% higher risk of going for acute service visits to the hospital. They were 9% more likely to be hospitalized long-term in an acute facility. They had a 4% increase in Medicare cost to taxpayers, averaging $1,080 increases per patient annually across more than 9,000 patients, totaling over $11 million just in the patients in the study.
Wow.
But what was most concerning in the study is that within 90 days of private equity acquisition of any nursing care facility, immediately the likelihood of death of any patient increased between 9 and 13% across the board. At first, the scientists reviewing the data thought it had to be an anomaly, that it couldn't be this uniform, that every single facility had more patients dying so quickly after acquisition. But when they went back and looked line by line at the data, it was undeniable. Once private equity got involved, every single patient in that facility had a 10 to 13% higher chance of dying.
Have you ever wondered how funeral homes really make money? Well, the average funeral in America costs between $7,000 and $12,000. With over 3 million deaths per year in the U.S. alone, demand is steady and consistent. So where does the money go? The basic service fee runs $2,000 to $3,000, embalming adds another $500 to $1,000. Viewing and ceremony, $1,000 or more. Caskets range from $2,000 to over $10,000. Then there's transportation and other miscellaneous services, and that's just the funeral home. Cemeteries generate additional revenue through burial plots, anywhere from $1,000 in rural areas to $20,000 plus in major cities. Opening and closing the grave can cost $1,000 to $3,000, vaults and liners another $1,000 to $3,000. Plus, headstones and engravings cost even more. Altogether, one funeral can generate $10,000 to $20,000 or more. A funeral home handling 200 services a year at $8,000 each could bring in $1.6 million in annual revenue, with industry profit margins typically between 10 and 25%. It's not high growth, but it's steady, essential, and predictable.
My mom dying opened my eyes a lot to how Americans are treated.
Shout out to Theo in the building. Shout out to my brother T-Mac over on the Cash App and all you guys that support over there. Shout out to T-Mac with the $7 plus over on Cash App and over on the Bitcoin. If you guys want to support by way of Bitcoin, you can do that too. Just hold up your phone camera and you'll be able to use the code up top. And shout out to T-Mac for the $7.50 over on Bitcoin. Appreciate you, brother. And shout out to Class 7.5 in the building. Appreciate you being here, Theo. Let's bring that beat back in regards to the cost of dying and the cost of living in the United States. Let's bring that back. The money that's made.
Reviewing the data, thought it had to be an anomaly, that it couldn't be this uniform, that every single facility had more patients dying so quickly after acquisition. But when they went back and looked line by line at the data, it was undeniable. Once private equity got involved, every single patient in that facility had a 10 to 13% higher chance of dying.
Have you ever wondered how funeral homes really make money? Well, the average funeral in America costs between $7,000 and $12,000.
$7,000 and $12,000 to be buried in America. $7,000 to $12,000 to be buried in America.
With over 3 million deaths per year in the U.S. alone, demand is steady and consistent. So where does the money go? The basic service fee runs $2,000 to $3,000. Embalming adds another $500 to $1,000. Viewing and ceremony, $1,000 or more. Caskets range from $2,000 to over $10,000. Then there's transportation and other miscellaneous services. And that's just...
So sometimes we forget about the transportation of the body. That's included.
The funeral home. Cemeteries generate additional revenue through burial plots, anywhere from $1,000 in rural areas to $20,000 plus in major cities. Opening and closing the grave can cost $1,000 to $3,000. Vaults and liners, another $1,000 to $3,000. Plus, headstones and engravings cost even more. Altogether, one funeral can generate $10,000 to $20,000 or more. A funeral home handling 200 services a year.
Just 200 services a year.
At $8,000 each could bring in $1.6 million.
I'm in the wrong business. If I go back to the States, I might make money just burying y'all because y'all so stressed out. All I got to do is do 200 funerals a year. That's it. 200 funerals a year at $8,000 a lick. 1.6 million. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. I need to be zooming back to the States because y'all coming out paper.
In annual revenue, with industry profit margins typically between 10 and 25%. It's not high growth, but it's steady, essential, and predictable.
My mom dying opened my eyes a lot to how Americans are treated. We live here, we die here, we pay taxes here, we spend all of our money here our whole lives. And when we die, hopefully not unexpectedly, those who are lucky enough get to plan with their families and have some leniency to figure out how they're going to pay for the funeral and this and that. Unfortunately for me and my 3 sisters, our mom had died on Christmas, this Christmas, unexpectedly. None of us knew. And they had quoted to get her cremated, okay, $2,900. $2,900. That's without the urn and without all of the other little fancy things, right? It's a week goes by quickly, and it's been a week, and we've been running around with our heads off, trying to ask people for help, trying to figure out how we're going to get this $3,000 to cremate her. And during this time, I've just had time to think, and I'm really confused.
And this is why I did that episode with our brother Ronin Travelers. This is why I did that episode when it came to how important life, burial, all your insurances it is when it covers your death. This is why I did that, dude. When I pass on, Andrea is not going to be running around like a chicken with her head cut off. She's already lost her husband. Like many of us lost our mom and our dad. And our mom and dad did not have the proper insurance in place. I'm not going through that. I'm not going through that. Time, man, bruh. I take care of my insurance as if it was our first child. We ain't even got no kids yet. I take care of my insurance like it's a true investment. Because it is. Do not take your insurance for granted, fellas. She said her mother has been buried. Her mother has passed on a week ago. Her mama's still sitting in the morgue. They're just trying to put together $2,200. Nothing much. She said that's without the urn. I ain't going out like that. I ain't going out like that. My brother says this. He said, great, me too. Looks like to me I found after my retirement a gig. Yeah, seriously. Yep. Feel like with Americans and burial, that's a lot of money. He said only 3 things certain: life, death, taxes, and Chad Ochocinco will be open. Shout out to Chad back in the day. He said 3. I remember Chad said that. You could tell Chad nothing back in the day. The gold teeth Chad. And he said all that was fake. Chad said, man, I still got my NFL money, man. All that gold and all that. He said, man, I wore fake. He said, I wasn't about to waste my money on real gold like that. No.
Confused why Americans live, spend their money here, and die, yet we are expected to pay for our death. We're expected to pay to be born, our health care. I feel like these are just the bare necessities that a country should be taking care of for their citizens. I feel like that is just the bare minimum that a country should be doing for their citizens. A lot of us would fucking love living here if we got free healthcare, if we could actually go see a dentist, if it didn't cost to give birth, we'd have a lot more people running around. And if it didn't cost to die, a lot of us would be left without debt. This has put such a rift between me and my sisters because we have nobody who's helping us. And we feel so much guilt. And then I hear in other countries, they don't have to deal with this. It's been a hard fucking week.
Here are 5 things you didn't know about unclaimed bodies in America.
Okay, here we go. Check this one out. I know a lot of y'all didn't know this. Some of y'all probably did, but most of us don't.
First, over 40,000 bodies go unclaimed every single year across the country. These aren't just homeless people or those without families. Second, morgues hold these bodies for months, sometimes over a year, waiting for families who simply cannot afford burial costs.
So it's not just because, and shout out to all you guys who are donating over on Bitcoin. Appreciate you. Hopefully Bitcoin rises again, and it will. And so when it comes to the burial part, it's not homeless people. It's people in the United States that cannot afford the burial of their loved ones that have been sitting in the morgue for months. T-Mac said, I had a good day today. He said, while I was talking to the agent to buy more term life. Believe you me, that's exactly kind of funny that you would say that. I plan on reaching out to my boy that lives down here, and he's been selling insurance forever. He's from the States. So yeah. He said, buy more term life. He said, my novia came across, meaning girlfriend, came over and saw I was busy. She asked me if I needed help cleaning. And she said, so tu nomia, a novia, which translates, I am your girl, or I am your girlfriend, and cleaned up. I ain't mad at her. Shout out to her. She said, listen, I'm your woman. I'm your woman, and you are my man. I ain't mad at her. Yeah. So this is what happens when person dies. Over 40,000 people in the United States go unclaimed. They'll hold the body up to a year. Most people are not homeless or abandoned people, but it's just people who could not afford to get their family member out of the morgue couldn't get their family member out of the morgue because they couldn't afford the funeral. This is sad.
Bodies pile up in refrigerated storage while loved ones struggle to raise money. Third, when storage runs out, counties conduct mass burials in unmarked graves. Dozens of people buried together with no headstone, no ceremony, no dignity. Fourth, many families actually know exactly where their deceased relative is located. They visit morgues, make calls, but cannot raise the thousands needed for a proper funeral. Fifth, here's the most heartbreaking truth of all. The majority of unclaimed bodies come from families who love their relatives deeply. They just couldn't afford funeral expenses when the time came. Final expense insurance prevents this ultimate tragedy from happening to your family.
What's up, America? It's the end of May, and I have a message for Republicans. And that message is, if you do not focus on affordability for the American people, you will lose the midterm elections in November.
You hear how the white boy saying that with some passion? You see how the white boy saying that with passion? Sounds good, don't it? Sounds good. Since I was born, I've been hearing white people talk like that. Like I said, I love my white brothers and sisters, but I'm here to say this. Y'all will get on camera and say one thing, and will get in that voting booth and vote against yourself every single time since I was alive. I have seen white people vote for whiteness, but not for white economics. I'm gonna tell you this. I mean this. In my lifetime, I have never seen white people vote for the betterment of white economics. They usually vote for the betterment of the right race. Whatever white person act the whitest, that's who get the vote. But then white people want to complain about the economics. Then why didn't you vote about the economics? You will fuss about the economics. Be all over the news, Rachel Maddow and all the white folks. All the white folks on CNN. Tucker Carlson and all them dudes on Fox. You hear for 2 years white people complaining. So when it's time to vote for Congress, they gonna vote for their race. They gonna forget all about all the economic stuff that they were talking and all that crying and all that boo-hooing. They do not care. They are voting for the whiteness, and whoever acts or behave the whitest, that's who gets their vote. And that's why I never, as much as I love white people and I love black people, that's why I don't feel sorry for them. Ever. Because they could have voted and made sure that a lot of stuff don't take place. A lot of senators don't get in office. I'm not talking about just presidents. I'm talking about a lot of senators should not have been and would not have been in office if it was not for our white brothers and sisters. I do not feel sorry for them. No sympathy at all. At all. But the reason why I stopped the video is because of this. Check it out. When it comes to the barrels, after a year or two or a few months, Dre, what happened to the bodies of our loved ones in the morgue? Let's say we can't afford the funeral, Dre. What happened to my grandmama if she's still in the morgue after 3 months? My granddaddy, after, you know what, I made a mistake and clipped that part out, and I should have left it in there with the black lady we were just looking at. You want to know what happens to your loved ones if you don't come bury them yourself? They take our loved ones and dump them all in a mass burial and cover the dirt up. That's what happens to unclaimed corpses in the United States. After so long, they just take all of our loved ones, drop them in a hole, cover it up with dirt. Because you couldn't afford your grandmama's funeral or your aunties or your brothers or your wife's funeral. After 6 months or a year, they just take her and dump her in a hole. With a bunch of other bodies, not separate holes. One big. America has never stopped doing mass burials. America's never stopped doing mass burials, and that's what they do with the morgues. You can look it up. I'm not lying. The lady, like I said, I clipped that part out at the end. I thought I left it. I don't know why it ended. Like when the lady was just talking about the morgue, you saw the black lady, and I was waiting for the end to come because I was like, yeah, they're gonna really. In my mind, I'm thinking like, man, they're gonna really trip when they hear what happened in the end. Then all of a sudden it just cut off. And so I was like, okay, maybe I cut it out. But that's what happens. In that video, the end of it ends letting us know that if you don't claim your loved ones after like 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, in some cases, like they said, a year, all they do is just do one big mass burial, just throw all the bodies in a hole, cover the dirt up, and keep it pushing. Yeah, no names, just dirt, nothing else. Yeah, mass graves. Yeah, oh yeah. The morgues do that a lot. Don't have the money? So fuck you. Hey, we know what country, let's be real, guys. When we say America is capitalist, we think about t-shirts and tennis shoes, right? And we'll push it and say, you know, the prison industrial complex and other, you know, the drugs, the money that's made off of drugs in America. We'll sit back and we'll push it if we want to push the envelope to the dark web type of thing, right? We really don't think about everything in our country is monetized. Everything. Being born is monetized. Going to school is monetized. Whether you're paying through taxes or you're paying directly to private schools. Getting married, monetized. Getting divorced, monetized. Having your own kids, monetized. Being young is monetized. Being old is monetized. Being free is monetized. But if you get incarcerated, it's monetized. The prison industrial complex, they're going to make some money off of it. They're going to make some money per prisoner. And then when they put the prisoners to work, monetized. You get out and you're free, it's monetized. America is literally monetized. There is very little to nothing that's free in the United States. That's around the world. Do you know how many countries have prisons that make no money off their prisons? Colombia makes no money off of prison labor. It is not monetized. When you go to jail, you go into jail to do some time. You are not going to jail to go to work on a chain gang. When the last time y'all been riding through Colombia and y'all saw a chain gang cleaning the freeway? Never? Okay, what about, in France? No chain gangs? Nah? So ain't nobody? Oh, okay. Oh, must be in Thailand. So when y'all been in Thailand, y'all never saw somebody do a community service with the community service vest on, and they clean up the city and none of the cities, no Phuket. So there are very few cities or countries in the world that literally make money from somebody going to jail. Everything in our lives is monetized in the United States. Everything is monetized. And we don't like it, but it is what it is. I mean, we were born and raised in it. Kofa says this. Shout out to Kofa with the $10 love. He said, I stepped away and didn't mention the unclaimed and the John or Jane Doe bodies used for scientific studies. I thought about that too when I was putting together this clip. I was like, I know they're taking out certain body parts before they throw your grandma into a mass grave. They're probably taking out body parts too for experiments and to sell parts also. I agree with that. He said they have reserved spaces where there's where they can let bodies rot in the woods for forensic studies and for police too, or for forensic studies for police. They also do this. Another one that they got out, I think I have it on the video. Another one that they have out that's kind of piggybacking off what you're saying. They can turn your grandmama into fertilizer, actual mulch. You know how we got the urn, and you know your grandmama's been cremated, and they give you the urn, and you know our condolences. The urn. You can now get your grandmother or your wife that have passed on. You could get her turned into mulch or fertilizer, and actually they give it to, it's kind of cool though, because they actually give it to you if you pay a little extra, a brand new tree. Like it's almost like in a cloth cloth covering or container, right? I hope I have it in here. And instead of being in an urn, your loved one has been turned into mulch or fertilizer. And then inside of that is a brand new tree. So you can actually bury your grandmother in your front yard, your backyard, side yard. And in 25 years, she will be the result. That tree will be the results of your grandmother being the original mulch, the original fertilizer. I kind of like that one. I kind of like it like that, and just being in the urn. I kind of like that one. So let's. He says that's why I'm cremation. Yeah, I'm cremation too. T-Mac says this. He said in El Salvador. It was a song called El Salvador. It was my jam back in the day. El Salvador. Techno song. He said they walked away. He said back in El Salvador, they talk about the maximum security prison for gangs called Sekat. He said, I saw a documentary about the other prisons, and they were sophisticated and taught trades and even granted degrees. This is in El Salvador too. Okay, cool. This is the first time I heard about this, T-Mac. I'm glad that you mentioned that. Because when I was in the feds, no lie, you could get, in the United States, you could get your master's degree. You can walk into the feds. True story. Because I know plenty of dudes that did this, including myself. You could walk into the federal prison, high school dropout. I was your high school GED teacher. So if you want your GED or if you want a high school diploma, I helped with either one of those. And I was working with other guys too that was teaching. So that was my job in the feds, teaching. And I was the baker. So once you got your GED or your high school diploma and family members would come out for graduation, that was the time when they let family members into the prison for your graduation ceremony, right? And I was just thinking about how we used to have concerts in the feds. They would always bring all type of entertainers in. Like when Kurt Franklin first blew up, Kurt Franklin and the Family first blew up. Someone asked the question, why do we sing? They were in the feds. They did a free concert in the feds. So I've seen so many people in the feds and concert in the feds, right? And So if you graduate, instead of going to the college campus, the professors from the local college would actually come to the prison and teach actual classes and courses. And you would get you, and the federal government would pay for us to get bachelor's degrees, master's degrees. I'm talking about you got dudes that was thugs when they came in and they walked out with marketing degrees, accounting degrees. All they need to do is just get their CPA certifications. Me, I was marketing. Here's what happened. Right around 1997, citizens on the streets found out that federal prisoners were able to get their master's degree for free. And y'all bitched. I mean, y'all put on a clinic crying. How the hell we out here, we got to pay for our degrees, and those prisoners, because, you know, America doesn't believe in rehabilitation. So when y'all found out that we were going to the gym, we had our exercise equipment free, and we can get our mind right and walk out with a master's for free. Oh, y'all lost y'all living mind. Y'all were like, hell no. And all of a sudden, the Pell Grant pulled, because Pell Grant was paying for ours. Pell Grant pulled back. You couldn't get no degree while you were in prison. They took all the equipment out of the federal prison. You could not work out in a federal prison because y'all asses started crying. So those who got their degrees, cool. But those who didn't, good looking out, T-Mac. I would have loved to see that, man. I was thinking the same thing. Good looking out. He said, I will send you a link to that documentary about the prisons in El Salvador. He said the reform prisons will actually doing very well. The reform prisoners, they made products for public school and trained the inmates in trade. Yep. Yeah, send me that, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's go back to the video. He said, I don't know about masters, but hell yeah. Some of us went into serious debt to get that sheepskin. Hey, and that's how y'all, just like you said it, that's how U.S. citizens was coming. Oh, man, man, listen. When y'all found out that we were in prison, exercising, spiritually getting ourselves on track, and then getting bachelor's and master's degrees for free. Oh, y'all lost. Y'all, I mean, they came. I think it was Bush was president at that time period. I think the first. No, wait a minute. How many terms did the first Bush do? Did he do 2 terms or 1 term? I think Bush 2 was on his first term. Not the father, but the son, right after Clinton. I think Bush 2 was in office. And boy, y'all acted a damn fool. I mean, y'all acted a fool, boy. Y'all was pitchforks and axes. How the hell? And just the passion that you just had back, Black Lex, that's the same passion most Americans had when they found out that we were getting degrees, especially a master's in prison. He said, I hear foster kids go to college for free, though. I can understand that. Yeah, he had 2 terms. Thanks, Ellis. Yeah, I think it was his first term when y'all found out. Yeah. Y'all put a show on, man. Y'all were pissed. And I'm not exaggerating. Y'all were pissed. those prisoners, they're not supposed to be rehabilitated. They're not supposed to have better lives. So y'all like, damn us having better lives. So y'all would rather pay taxes for us to go to prison and pay for our meals and our housing, us get out, commit more crimes on you, go back to prison with your tax dollars, and still feed us again to go out, go back to prison because I robbed you again because I ain't got nothing else to lean on, instead of just letting me rehabilitate my life and leave out as a productive citizen. Y'all didn't see that part. And then y'all got, this is the funny part. Then you get pissed when by the time I would get out of prison, just using myself as an example, I ain't got nothing else to do with my life because I just got to do in prison 10 years, for example. I teach your son, your little white son, how to sell drugs with my Colombian connections while I was in prison. You see where I'm going with that? Americans would have rather for me to not get a degree in prison and all the other guys and ladies get a degree in prison than to get out of prison and teach their kids how to do drugs and sell drugs. He said, I stay out of prison to get an education. He said, but maybe I should have went to prison instead. Yeah, man, we had actual, and I'm talking about really good professors. We ain't talking about professors that ain't had no money, ain't had no job. We ain't talking about no community center professors. I graduated from Clary College in Ypsilanti, Michigan. At that time period, Clary College was considered the one of the number in the top 10. I won't say number one, but it was in the top 10 business schools in the United States in the 90s. It was on the outskirts of Ann Arbor. Those of you who know Ann Arbor, that's where Michigan University is. Go Blue, right? Well, right outside of that in Ypsilanti, Michigan was Clary College. I was in Milan, Michigan. So that whole area, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, Clary College, and the federal prison, Milan, Michigan. So you got Ypsilanti right there. So I graduated from Ypsi. I'm a part of their alumni. Even though I graduated while I was incarcerated, I still get alumni invitations all the time from Clary College. All the time. Yep, he say America was built and last on the slavery class. Yep, and they still do it by way of the feds. He say, seriously, salute to you, Dre, and the obstacles that you have overcome. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir. I told y'all, man, my goal while I was in prison was to prepare myself for if they let me out early, instead of doing 10 years, they let me out 3 years. Okay, what you gonna do, Dre? Every day my mind's centered around, what you gonna do, Dre? What you gonna do, Dre? What you gonna do, Dre? Dre, you ain't selling drugs no more. What you gonna do? Dre, you ain't in them streets no more. What you gonna do? Every day was dedicated in prayer, motivate. Dude, while dudes on a basketball court, I'm throwing in tapes and watching Tony Robbins on stage, Zig Ziglar, all these motivational speakers, Les Brown back in the days when he first started, Jim Rohn. I'm watching pastors. I'm watching Tony Evans. I'm not watching Joel Osteen. I'm watching his daddy, John Osteen. That's how long I've been with following that family. A lot of y'all know Joel Osteen. I was watching his daddy. Anything that was keeping me positive and focused and motivated. I'm doing homework. I'm doing classwork. I'm learning to write resumes. So if they even let me out early, what you gonna do, Dre? Every day was what you do. You know, anybody that read my book, anybody that read Anywhere Is Possible, You know, in the first chapter or the second chapter, I'll tell you a story, a true story. There was a song that used to haunt my life. And I mean haunt. When I was doing so much evil, the devil used to always sing this song to me in my ear. I don't care if I was with good women, sexy women, as long as I was in them streets acting a fool, I'm getting shot at, I'm shooting at people, I'm getting robbed, I'm robbing people. I'm just out there like Malcolm X was. Just if I could do it and it was illegal, I'm doing it, right? Other than, some great type stuff, right? And this song would haunt me. It's in the book. And it was Diana Ross Mahogany in the movie Mahogany when she sung, "Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? Do you know where you're going to? Do you like?" That song haunted me every single day. Had to be 20 years. Just all day in my brain, dude. I couldn't drink it away. I couldn't sex it away. I couldn't thug it away. No matter how good I tried to be, it was not disappearing. Every day, do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing? And in the book, I say, and I break it down, do you know where you're going to? The reason why it was a haunting song to me, because I didn't know where I was going to. Do you like the things that life is showing you? No, I don't like the things that life is showing me. That's why it was haunting me. Do you know? Every day, just haunting me. Kind of choked up thinking about it now, right? And once I start walking with the Lord, and once I start saying, what if they let you out of prison today? And I start focusing on my goal, and now I'm listening to all these positive motivational speakers, and I'm becoming a speaker. And at that time period, my last 2 years of prison, they actually had, and I ain't never seen this before. I ain't never seen this in state prison. I didn't even know they did this in nobody. I was transferred to 10 prisons, and I had never seen this. They, in my last 2 years, asked me to be the spokesperson for prisoners in high schools and juvenile centers and courtrooms. Dude, they will wake me up true story. Some of you guys have heard this. They will wake me up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I would get up, have my prison clothes on. In the feds, you got that beige, that clean pants, slacks, and your button-down shirt. And I would have a prison guard, and they would drive me to go have breakfast. And not with the regular prisoners. I'm in public. I'm in the world. After I had breakfast, they would take me to a high school, and all the kids would be in the auditorium or in the gymnasium. So I would have 500 kids, 200 kids, 3,000 kids. And they did that to me maybe 5 or 6 times. And the crazy part was, thanks, Ellis. The crazy part was, I remember the first time, and I think I told this story a while back, but some of you guys have never heard this. I remember the first, I was so, there's a difference between being a convict and an inmate. Convict, hey, you've been doing prison time, you know the rules of prison. An inmate, you just get into jail, you really don't know nothing. It's your first 1 or 2 years, you don't know nothing about jail. You think you know, but you don't know. I'm a convict. I have been so programmed in prison of using plastic spoons, plastic forks, plastic knife, plastic tray. I remember the first time they took me out to go speaking. We're in a regular everyday restaurant, and there was Right next to me was the prison guard that's always with me when I go speaking. A judge, I was having a conversation with him, and the chief of police of that particular town, right? So we're all just having breakfast and we're conversing, and a true story. I had not heard the clanging of silverware and plates in so long. My brain locked. Everything hit slow motion. I was in a world. It was like my brain was like, what the hell is that? I could not relate to none of it. Just the regular dishwashing going in the background, the women talking, the kids talking. I haven't heard kids in so long on the outside of television because I ain't got no kids to come visit me in prison. So I've been in prison for 8 years and had heard the voices of children and older people talking. My brain just, locked. Now, I'm steady having a conversation. So I'm looking like, yeah, sure, wow. So I'm talking to them. But my real conversation was going on in here. And so as they're talking, I'm keeping my mouth closed really because I'm like, good point. I couldn't talk because my brain had locked, just literally locked. It's almost like if you ever saw a car accident, that millisecond when you actually, am I seeing what I'm seeing? Just imagine that millisecond lasting for 20, 25 minutes where your brain is locked on, did I just see a car hit another car? Just imagine that moment, that split second lasting 20, 25 minutes in slow motion. Bruh, I literally had to talk myself through my meal. Andre, pick up the fork. No, it was a knife. Pick up the knife. Pick up your, dude, you would have thought I was a special needs child. Pick up the toast. Put the butter on the toast. I literally had to talk myself through each step of the way. That's how much I was programmed in prison. Put the butter on the toast. Put the knife down. Eat the toast, Andre. And slowly but surely, I just came back and I was okay after that. But I kid you not, true story, man. I literally had to grab the fork, Andre. Okay, eat the eggs, Andre. Because you know when you're eating on a plate, it's the cling, the clinging sound. So I'm going cling. I'm used to plastic. I'm not used to the sound of plates. The stuff that you guys take for granted. See, prisoners don't talk about this part. They don't talk about the psychological part. They just talk about, yeah, when I was in prison, I used to whoop a nigga ass and all that. They talk about all that, y'all, I was a tough guy in prison. They don't want to talk about the part of initially getting used to being out of prison. You know how like like in the movie Friday, when Damon got out of prison, but he still had the magazines around his waist as if he was still in prison. When he had met Ice Cube and Mike Epps, but he still had he was trying to get that booty of Cat Williams. He was still acting like he was in prison, even though the party was full of beautiful women. He trying to get the Cat Williams. You could be programmed like that for real in real life, bruh. And so I'm sitting up there just like a robot. As I'm eating the eggs and the toast. And I'm like, okay, Andre, pick up the knife. Grab the jelly. Grab the other toast. Put the jelly on that literally, dude, for 20 minutes, I had to walk myself step by step. Then all of a sudden, my brain, everything started clicking in and I was cool. Another speaking engagement. I don't know if I even shared this one yet. Another speaking engagement. Like most of the time, speaking engagements were like during the summer, fall. Bruh, They took me to a high school to speak, and it was the Christmas season. I've been in prison for 10 years. The only color I'm used to, like on a regular basis, is on television. I'm used to beiges and greens of the grass and blue in the sky. You know, maybe somebody get a piece of mail, or maybe I'm doing a painting or something. But I'm talking about day-to-day color, bright lights and all. I'm not used to that anymore. I'm not used to bright. Dude, it was Christmas season. We are riding to the high school. I'm looking at these Christmas lights. My brain is going crazy. The anxiety that kicked in, I'm not a person of anxiety, but I had a panic attack so bad. I was not used to seeing brightness of lights. Because remember, they taking me out of the prison in the mornings. So y'all had your Christmas lights on all night, right? So nobody's made it to the stores and the shops and everywhere in the houses to turn your Christmas lights off. You usually turn them off 8 o'clock in the morning when you get up, or 7 o'clock in the morning when you get up. Well, I'm seeing these Christmas lights and my eyes are like over. The stimulation was crazy. Like, what the fuck? I had to close my eyes for a minute. I mean, anxiety and panic attack was killing me. And I was like, if I open them, especially if you're driving, maybe it would have been different if we were walking. But as we're driving, it's like, just lights, like Kanye West say, flashing lights. That's how I felt. Like celebrities, when they just the lights are flashing, man, that panic attack hit me, and I was like, man, calm down, Andre. Deep breath. Deep breath is just Christmas lights. It's just Christmas lights. It's beginning to, I had to calm myself down. It's Christmas lights, Dre. So by the time I got to the event, did the speaking, great kids, man. Every time after I got done doing a speaking event, kids would run up to me. Dude, and the stories you hear from kids, man. I wish at every speaking engagement, I wish it was 10 of me after the engagement. Because every kid was fighting for my ear. Every kid had a story that they want to share, like, my dad is going through this, and my best friend just committed suicide, and my mom is going through depression right now. What should I do? And just to hear these kids, man, is crazy every time. So, yeah, I was doing public speaking the last couple years in school. And thanks, T-Mac. T-Mac said I can relate to the psychological part about programming. Even though the Marine training is not for prison, they have a concentrated programming that is extremely effective. I can relate to that. He said, Dre, you was an Akeem patient. Yeah. Or Arkham patient. Arkham Asylum, for real. Or Arkham patient. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Like the PBS kids. Yep. The kids you're not. He said, just imagine a solitary. I've been in the hole a couple times. One time I put myself in the hole. I was getting ready to leave prison and I needed some quiet. I was getting ready to leave prison in about a week. And I asked them, I say, listen, could you do me a favor? I went to one of the guards and I said, I need a favor. He said, what, Dre? I said, I need y'all to put me in a hole for about 3 days. Put me in solitary confinement. He said, what? I said, yeah, I need to be put in a hole. He said, you sure? You getting out next week? I said, that's why I need to be put in a hole. I need some quiet time, away from everything. I said, but I ain't trying to be put in a hole to mess my record up. So, not even an hour later, Spence, what's your number? Because before you go to the hole, they got to make sure that you are a Spence. 03-027-030-81027. That's my federal number. You'll never forget it, ever. 03-081. And for Indiana, where I was arrested, 027. because the last 3 numbers represent your state where you got arrested or went to court. And so 0301027. He said, okay, let's go. So they put me in a hole for about 3 days, and I needed that quietness. I needed tranquility. I just needed some prayer time. I had been giving to myself for 9 years. And I'm thinking, like, what am I going to do? I'm going to a halfway house for 3 months. I'm thinking, what am I going to do? I got out the hole with a week left. And that's when I got that letter in the mail. And I rarely got mail other than anything that was self-improvement or spiritual or magazines. I was getting mail like that, but I wasn't getting mail like my girlfriend wrote me. I wasn't getting that type of mail. So I got a letter in the mail. I'm like, okay. And I opened up the letter, and it was like I was telling Ronan the other day, it was my granddad had passed on. And in his will, in his trust, he had left me $20,000. And that's what I used to start my life over again. So I went to the halfway house, got a job, which is right next door to the halfway house, working in a nursing home. That's why I can tell you about nursing homes. And that's why I use so many nursing homes metaphors. And I had the 20,000, and that's when I was able to get my life back on track and never look back. Never look back. Kid you not. He said, Dre, you came a long way. You definitely are an inspiration and motivation. You were given a second chance, and you did right by it. Absolutely correct, man. That's why I'm very humble in the sense of appreciation, humble in the sense of I don't take stuff for granted. He said, yeah, that mental toll, we don't even notice how it affects people. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's so true. Shout out to 007. He says this. Oh, talking about T-Mac. He said, yep, Marines have mastered it. He said the Army does it as well, just not as good as Marines. He said, Dre Montrez says, they said, Dre, have you ever had mental health issues? Nope. And I've gone for counseling. Like after my divorce, I went to counseling, things like that. So I take advantage of a lot of guys don't realize your health insurance at work pays for so many sessions of counseling. And so I was like, shoot, I'll take them 5-6 sessions. And so I take advantage of counseling, but mental health issues, no, I've never had any mental health issues. The only other time I had to take counseling, because I think some of you guys know, but a lot of you guys don't know, I got hit by a car when I was a kid. I got hit by a car when I was 7 years old. Van Dyke and Mac, shout out to Detroit, right across the street from Aretha Franklin's dad's church on Van Dyke and Mac. The car didn't knock me in the air. The car sucked me up under and drugged me down the street. 7-year-old kid, right? I was crossing the street, running across the street to my grandma's house, and my mom was looking both ways. My grandma was standing on the corner getting ready to go to work, so she's at the bus stop. She looked both ways, and the car came flying around her blind side, past the stoplight. I mean, the stop sign behind her, flying up Van Dyke. Didn't see me because I'm a little 7-year-old kid, and my brother and Candy, my sister, were just so happened to be looking out the window. They were a little younger, and they were jealous because Andre get to go over Jeffrey's house. My uncle Ghostface, we all lived directly across the street from each other. So Jeffrey was probably like maybe 4 at that time period when I was 7, and I'm getting ready to run across the street, go hang out with Jeffrey and them, and hit me and sucked me up under the car. So he drug me down the street, and they literally had to stop the car, jack the car up, and almost peel me from up under the car like a cartoon. I spent from the age 7 to 11 in Children's Hospital in Detroit. Shout out to Children's Hospital. From 7 to 11 years old in Children's Hospital in Detroit, Michigan. And I got 3rd-degree burn on my back. I've had, they took care of that. That's why I got that mark right here. That's a part of it. And I had to have my knee replaced as a kid, had all that done. I've had it replaced again as an adult. I I mean, 3 years in the hospital. And when I finally got, by the time I hit like 11, 10 years old, my school principal and my school teacher would bring my classwork to the hospital. And it was crazy because I remember when I got released from the hospital, I do remember I got released right around Christmas time. And the city of Detroit sent to my house tons of toys, food, gifts. It was crazy how many boxes that arrived to our house from the city of Detroit. So shout out to the D. That's one of the reasons why Detroit is my city. And that's one of the reasons why I take life with a smile, because I've gone through enough death-defying moments to where I appreciate the life where I am now, because my life probably would have broken a lot of guys. And I'm talking about I died on the operating table during the surgery. I mean, died. I'm talking about looking down at the surgery. I'm talking about the crazy part was I could see the surgeons doing the surgery, but I was miles away. And I'm talking about miles away. But I could still see the surgery. I could still see myself on the table. I could see the doctors doing what they're doing. And then all of a sudden, I woke up in the middle of the surgery and I could hear a nurse say, "Go back to sleep." And I was like, okay. And I was knocked back out. And then the next time I woke up, I was, sued the driver. But most of the money, think about it, 3 years, most of that money went into my medical needs. By the time I got out the hospital, most of the money for the lawsuit went towards the medical. I had $10,000 in the bank. I'm 11 years old. Instead of putting that money in investments, because my mama was power of attorney, I couldn't touch it until I was 18. Between the time period of 11 years old and me turning 18, the crack epidemic hit Detroit. And my mom smoked up all $10,000. I turned 18. I think I got at least 10,000 in the bank. And I'm thinking maybe even more with the interest rates, right? I didn't get a dime. My mom, by the time the crack epidemic hit, she was on them Scooby snacks, went to my bank and smoked up that 10,000. Kid you not. And I ain't mad at her. You know, I don't be sitting around looking at life like, man, my life would have been like da. I've had a Forrest Gump life. I'm good. I'm good. I've had a Forrest Gump life. So that's why I appreciate you guys so much. When I say I appreciate you guys, like when you guys send a super chat or a cash app, or when you guys send a Bitcoin, or when you guys we talk on the phone, or when you guys come down here, y'all, hey Dre, I'm only here for 3 days, man. I want to meet up with you. And I'm so excited to see you guys. I've been through enough in life, like a lot of you guys have, to where I'm at that point where I'm celebrating my life. There are rich people that spent their whole life. Okay, you got dudes like Diddy that was the opposite life of mine. Diddy got all the blessings at a young age. His mama was a pimp in the streets. She taught her son how to be a pimp in the game of music. Diddy was the golden child. Everything Diddy touched was made of gold. This Negro waits till he gets to our age to go to prison. If I had a choice between that life and having the blessings of life at an older age, like I got right now, give me this life. Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna make millions and billions and billions, and I'm gonna end up with my ass in jail because I was being freaky with some chicks and then dedicate some dudes. Ain't no way in hell I'm going to jail in my 50s. Prison. Not no county jail, not no lockup. Prison. You in prison in your 50s about over some bitches. Yeah, give me this life. Let me celebrate this part of life. The ups and downs of this part of life. Because I ain't going to be tempted by the devil. I'm making $1 billion. And in less than a year, I'm being sentenced and found guilty. And I got to come out of 54 million to Cassie and everybody else. And once I get out of prison, I still got a bunch of lawsuits. Give you another example. Robert Kelly. Robert Kelly's life is the opposite of mine. All the talent, all the money. And now in their older years, me, Diddy, Robert, we're all the same age. Them two niggas in prison. Robert in prison for 30 years. Man, if I was gonna do some prison time, let me do it while I'm young, to where I can celebrate the rest of life when I get out. Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna make all these songs. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. 12 play. I'm making 12 play. Step in the name of love. You are not alone. I am here with you. You made all these songs. And you go to prison for 30 years. Who's got the better life? Who's got a better life? Me or Robert and Diddy? I would take my life over Robert. I will enjoy my life over Robert's and Diddy's any day of the week. Any day of the week, twice on Sunday. Give me this side of life. Ain't no way in hell I'm going to jail in my 50s. Hell no. Hell no. 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 Yeah, next R. Kelly sitting up there in jail right now.
I want sex in the kitchen, over by the stove. I want put you on the counter, by the butter rolls. Hands on the table, on your tippy toe. Girl, we'll be making love like the restaurant was closed.
Absolutely correct, Black Lex. Predators and straight evil. Predatory. You ain't lying. You are not lying, man. Let's go back to the video. I want to hold you guys up.
So Donald Trump recently has had a bit of a hot streak getting rid of rhino Republicans and Republicans he thinks are his enemies in primaries. And that's all fine and good. But overall, here in the United States, the consensus against Republicans on the economy has taken a turn, and Republicans are seen as poor stewards of the economy. Donald Trump's approval rating on the economy has plummeted in recent months. Consumer confidence is at an all-time low, even though the stock market is at an all-time high. And people see the wealth gap between rich and poor as something that is so horrible, it's crippling the entire nation. At least 65 to 70% of the population here in America believes that. Food prices are still super high. Gas prices are still super high, though they are starting to slightly come down. The Iran war has not led to a free Iran, not yet anyway.
Let me ask you guys a question. First of all, shout out to my brother Alexander in the building, showing the love over on the Cash App, $5 love. And you say this, shout out the determination at its best. Appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. And shout out to you guys that are donating over on Bitcoin. Once again, up top, you want to donate to the channel through Bitcoin, it goes directly right there. And that's through the Cash App. Just put your camera up there, your phone camera, bada bing, bada boom. It's Americans. I hear you crying. But how are you gonna vote this weekend? I mean, this November. That's the question. I want to see after all this crying, what Americans are gonna do after this midterm. He said, I suffer major server. Yeah, I know, T-Mac. That's why I got respect for you, brother. I really do, because I know what it's like. He said, I suffered a major cervical spine injury in a car accident. Yep. 007 said, it makes you wonder, them guys or them dudes being all over the world. I know all over the world, but decided to stay. Man, I'm still trying to get that one, 007. The greatest prison is the mind. He said, why you went to prison? If you don't mind. Man, y'all know why I went to prison. I ain't even got to tell y'all why I went to prison. It was the 90s. It was the 80s. Everybody was making street money. Everybody was making, and I remember I was telling somebody yesterday, man. When I got in the game, my mentor, he was a pimp, an old school pimp, right? And he was pimping and he was in the dope game. And this when crack really was popping off, right? And I just lost my job, but I just got my first apartment. I was so proud of myself too. So my rent due, I'm trying to put some groceries off in there. My boys coming over, we're watching the Pistons in 2 days, just watching a good Piston game. And so he said, I'm gonna give you some drugs, young man, because I know your mama, I've been knowing her since she was a weed girl back in the day when she used to sell weed to all the prostitutes. So that's why I get that mouthpiece from. My mom, because she wasn't in the streets as a street girl, but the prostitutes used to want some weed to smoke. So my mom was like, when I get off work, because my mom was working, so when I get off work, I bring y'all some weed. So my mom was cool with all the pimps because she was providing the weed for the weed girls. And then when they weren't pimping, they would come to our house for domino parties and all type of, so our house was the party house for the pimps and players. Go figure, right? And so one of her friends who was a pimp, he said, Dre, I'm gonna hook you up because I got love for your mama. She good people. But don't you tell your mama I did this. So he was like, don't tell your mama I did this. He said, but he told me, he said, I'll tell you now, the drugs ain't the addiction. I said, what? He said, I'm gonna tell you now, young man, the drugs are not the addiction that you need to worry about. Now, in my mind, I'm thinking, oh man, I ain't trying to hear you. I am not trying to hear you. I'm trying to get these bills paid. So I ain't trying to hear what he's talking about. He said, this is not green money, young man. This is red money. You just told me the drugs not the addiction, and now you're trying to talk about some red money? He said, Andre, this money gonna come with blood? Yeah, sexy boo, that would be nice. Thank you for a cup of coffee. He said, the money that you gonna get is red money from now on, not green money. He said, and the drugs will never be as addictive as the money. Bruh. He didn't lie. Bruh. When I sold my first drugs, man, and it took me no more than 15 minutes to get all the money that I was making in a month on my regular job that I just lost. I made more money in 15 minutes than an 8-hour shift Oh man, I was the new crackhead. That was my drug, the money. I never did drugs a day in my life, but thank you very much. Never did. Andre said, if I ever did drugs, I would have never got married with her. True, baby, true. The girl brought me a cup of coffee. And so, oh man, I'm strung out like a crackhead on the money. And then I start getting workers. You know, you got dudes that's sitting up in the crack houses for you. And then you go from have workers in one state, you got workers in 2 states. Now you got workers bringing weight on the Greyhound buses. Some of you guys remember that back in the day, the Greyhound buses. Or they bring them in a car. Now you going to other states. Now I'm in Indiana. Now I'm in Cleveland. Now I'm in Illinois. And I'm still strung out. Yeah. Detroit, Nino Brown, right? And this is the funny part. I'm in the game. Man, I got a lot of stories. I didn't realize this, man, how my life has been. The movie and the book, New Jack City, is literally about the Detroit drug brothers, the Chambers. The Chamber brothers are 4. Them dudes were short too. That's the crazy part. The Chamber brothers were short, really short dudes. 4 brothers from Little Rock, Arkansas, who are just some poor guys, man. They moved to Detroit hoping they can get jobs. They couldn't. They literally came into the crack game literally as it hit Detroit. Like they were like right there at the threshold when they first started. Nobody even know what crack was because everybody, you know, back in the day was sniffing cocaine, you know, powder cocaine. Nobody knew what crack was. They just happened to come into it at that right time. Everything about New Jack City is 100% true. They did have chop up houses, but you know how they had Pookie, you know, they had Chris Rock and he was chopping up the crack for him. He was trying not to steal the crack. They had those houses, apartment buildings. They literally had apartment buildings, the Chamber brothers. These dudes got caught and the girls would have to get naked. And I mentioned this to you before. In Detroit, these girls were called the cut-up girls because they went to high school with us. So in the movie, you see the girls with no clothes on and they cutting up drugs in the movie. Well, in real life, it was like that. In real life, the girls would get out of high school, get out of class. They would go to the building, and for 3-4 hours, they would cut up and them cut up girls got paid. So you always the cut up girls dress fly, look good. They all remember when scooters first came out. They all had matching scooters. So you felt like you was doing something like, yeah, I'm dating one of the cut up girls, dog. Ain't you dating Angela? Yeah, man. You know she a cut up girl, right? Nah, nigga, you lying. You ain't dating no cut up girl. Cause that's what their job was, to cut up weight. Just so as big as Nino Brown got, the Chamber brothers were 30 times more money than that. They were making Scarface money way before Scarface, and they were doing it in Detroit. They had the whole Midwest locked up. Just 4 little short brothers. And you had White Boy Rick at that time period. Now, I'm in the game at that time period. So I'm in the game with the Chamber brothers, Best Friends. Best Friends was an assassination group. Like, if somebody owed you money from dope and they ain't pay you, ain't worry about it. You go hire Best Friends. Best Friends will say, we'll split. When we get the money back, we get 30%, you get 70%. So Best Friends will go get your money for you. But they was in the dope game as well. And so you had White Boy Rick. They made movies about White Boy Rick. And also they made movies about Best Friends. And they made YBI, Young Boys Incorporated. And they were young because they were selling drugs. As long as you were under 18, there was no way to convict a kid of drug dealing or drug smuggling. There were no laws at that time period because there was no crack or no nothing. kids weren't thinking about selling drugs. So for about 2, 3, 4 years, YBI, Young Boy Incorporated, they were the Ninos. So you had these major drug dealers in Detroit. So me, with my little old going from city to city, I was nothing. I kid you not. But them Chamber boys, man, how they got them dumb niggas, how they got caught was say YBI, yup. And so how the Chamber brothers got caught, because I was in the feds with them. That's how I found out, because they got caught right when I got caught. So we were all kind of like transferring to courts at the same time and then lock up at the same time. I'm like, how the fuck y'all get caught? And man, feds have been following them, of course. But these dumb dudes, this is how they got famous. And they don't show this in the book, New Jack City, or in the movie. They should have. These dudes were making so much money that they couldn't even use they had almost a warehouse full of $1 bills. Just $1 bills. And they could do nothing with them. So what did they do? These Negroes took 10, 15 boxes of $1 bills. And I'll never forget this. Went downtown Detroit on a windy day. And on top of one of the bank buildings downtown, dumped the $1 bills in the air. And they were everywhere like rain. Traffic stop, police, it was madness. And it was the Chamber brothers that had did that. And the feds was like, who are they? We need to find out who that is. And that investigation went in, and that's when I got locked up. Chambers got locked up. A lot of YBI boys got locked up. Best friends got locked up. So all of us in there swapping stories and shit. And like I said, we were watching Rap City. I got a chick on my lap, right? I got a chick on my lap. I'm in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Shout out to the Fort. I'm sitting there watching Rap City, and I'm drinking, I forgot what I was drinking, some type of liquor. And I'm watching Rap City, and my boy is by the window. And he looks out the window because he sees something flashing by the window. And he looks out the window, and he was so calm. We didn't believe him because he was so calm. He said, sat back down, and he just leaned up a little bit. He said, the feds outside. And just leaned right back, just like it was nothing. I say, what? I think he playing. Yo, what you talking about, man? He said, feds. And he was still calm as can be. All of a sudden, I heard that rumble on that front porch. And I recognized that rumble, being from Detroit. And I've been in enough house raids, being raided by the police, so I know that sound. Remember, I got a chick on my lap. Man, I threw that bitch to the floor. I threw that bitch to the floor like I was throwing a cup of water on the floor. Get the hell off my, man. I ran into that kitchen. My boys still don't know what's going on, other than my partner that's sitting there. Them feds kicked in that door, boom. I'm in the kitchen now. These motherfuckers been in the basement. They've been downstairs in the basement all morning. All morning. I ain't never even been in the damn basement. I ain't know the damn house had a basement. They've been in the basement all morning. I'll hear their ass coming up the basement. So I'm like, damn, I can't go back in the living room. Now, mind you, they got all their asses in cuffs in the living room. I wouldn't have stepped on that kitchen counter, get ready to jump out that kitchen window. All I saw was an officer outside. He ready, and he got like 1 or 2 police dogs. Son, don't do it. Don't do it, son. Young man, don't do it. And I knew, fuck. And from behind me, the ones that was coming out the basement snatched my ass down off that kitchen counter. They snatched my ass down off that kitchen counter like a cat. Get your ass off the kitchen counter. Snatched my ass off the kitchen counter, had all of us on the floor, handcuffed, face down. They didn't give a damn about us. Check it. All they did was run through the house snatching photos. Why? Because anybody in those photos, they want to investigate to see if they were drug dealers too. So they walking through the house snatching photos. Just damn us. They ain't doing no talking, no nothing. Everything on the wall got to come down. All of a sudden, we see them walking up from upstairs. These niggas got the safe. Oh shit, these niggas got the safe. I know it's some automatic weapons in the safe. I know it. So I thought, because the last time I was in there, it was money and automatic weapons in the safe. I'm like, as I'm on the ground like this, right? I'm looking at the chick that was on my lap. She in cuffs, she crying. I'm like, what the hell you crying about? She said, I love you. She knows she ain't going to jail for shit. I love you. No, you don't, girl. You ain't gonna never see me again. So we talking and shit. And so they lift us up and they walk us because they want this to be a big news thing. Realize, I don't know what's waiting for me outside. I do not know this. I am 22 years old at this time period. They walk us outside. News reporters, like 3 or 4 news vans. ATF got a black van. FBI got a black van. DEA, they got a black van. All the private undercover police cars, they there. The regular police there. You would have thought, dude, you thought we'd have kidnapped the president, bruh. I'm so stupid, so naive, so locked in with the devil. I'm locked in with the devil. I'm still not taking the moment serious. They put us on our knees. You know, you in cuffs, they drop me to my knees. Drop my boys to their knees. So the newspapers could take the photos, criminals and all this type of shit. I'm so locked in with the devil, I ain't give a fuck about none of this that was going on. None of this fazed me. I was not like, oh, everybody else was crying and man, fuck this. It is, I'm from Detroit. I'm used to this shit. It is what it is. You know what game you was getting in. The pimp told you that this is red money, Dre. And red money is addictive. So you knew what was going on. Don't you cry like the rest of them. Be a fucking man. You was man enough to get in this game. Be man enough to ride this shit out. Then we find out, because I remember one of the officers told me, he said, young man, I can see it in your eyes. You really don't know how much trouble you in, do you? I'm like, man, I don't give a fuck. It is what it is. Now, y'all see this mild-mannered man, Andre, today. But back then, I was stupid, unruly, right? Then we get the indictment papers. You know, you in lockup. You go into the county jail, and now you get your indictment, the actual paperwork. United States versus you, the whole country versus you. You versus the United States of America. You like, who? The whole damn country is against me? Little old me? And so you sit back like, okay, so you flick it through, you looking at 10-count indictment. So now it's finally hitting me. I start calculating these numbers. I'm like, dude, we're looking at 165 years. The fuck? So I'm like, okay, Andre, be cool, be calm. They gonna give you the 165, dog. But the whole time I'm thinking, about that motherfucking safe. If that because I knew at that time period, I did know this. You in the feds was gonna get an automatic 10 per weapon at that time period in the 90s. I don't care how much drugs you sold, that cool. They don't calculate that. They will calculate that. But the first thing that's gonna be an automatic calculation, each weapon that they find, that's an automatic 10 per weapon. 3 weapons, 30 years guaranteed. That's all I thought about was the damn weapons. I'm like, damn, the drugs, they ain't had nothing to do with that. I wasn't even around for half of the investigation. 99% of investigation, I wasn't around. That's why I only got 10 years, because I wasn't around for most of the crime that took place. They had been investigating my boys for 2 years. But was I around the weaponry? Yeah. So I'm thinking to myself, I know what's in that safe. Man, we get to court, and the judge said, what did y'all find in the safe? And they said, we found nothing but money, sir. I'm in court like, what? I feel like Scooby-Doo. I'm like Astro on the Jetsons. Ray roars. Yeah, we found this amount of money, blah, blah, blah. That was it in the safe. Okay, that's all y'all found in the safe. Okay, cool. The eyewitness said that there was a sawed-off rifle at one point in time. And the judge asked him, he said, did you see the rifle? He said, no, I saw an image under a blanket. And I asked the dude, and it was one of our workers, I asked the dude, what's that right there? And he said, that's a rifle. He said, but I never actually saw the rifle because it was under a blanket. And that's when I remember the day that the snitch was there. Because I went to jail, did 10 years because I just so happened to be in a geographical location in the 90s one time. And according to the conspiracy and racketeering laws of the 90s, all you had to do was be there for one part of the crime in the whole 2-year investigation. Every drug, every gun, every fight, every anything, you are part of it from the beginning. You are part of it from the beginning. Now, I understood, even though I wasn't going to jail for my crimes, I was going to jail for my crimes. I knew that life was catching up with me. So I didn't trip like, man, but I didn't even do all that. I did all that. I did all that. I might not have done it with them and their conspiracy, but I had like a 5-year run of making red money. About 5-year run. So I had no excuse to sit back and be like, yeah, RICO charges. Yep. I had no excuse to just sit back and, fortunately they changed it. President Obama changed the conspiracy laws to whatever you did, that's what you go to jail for. So now let's put it like this. If I had gotten arrested for the same situation during the Obama administration, I would have got 6 months probation. Go figure. But since I was getting locked up during the crack war on drugs, Clinton war on drugs, Bush's war on drugs, Biden's war on drugs. Kamala Harris's war on drugs. I got the shoe threw at me. And this is why I told y'all early, Diddy going to jail. An angry man and all them other dudes like, Diddy gonna get out? He got connections. He know people. I'm like, dude, Diddy, y'all can go back on the channel. Did I not say Diddy going to jail? This is feds. No, Diddy got connection. What he gonna do is snitch his way out. He gonna tell, bruh, hear me? Diddy is going to jail. The federal government has a 98.7% conviction rate. 98.7%. We used to say, if they print the indictment, the paperwork, your ass is going to jail. The question now is, how much time can your lawyers keep you from going to jail? That's what my lawyers helped me out with. And they came to me, they came to me with the plea bargain of 30 years. I say, man, you out your, man, we don't take this to court and stop playing. We'll give you 30 years if you snitch on your boys. I said, damn, if they offered me 30 years, they probably offered these dudes time too to snitch on me. So now I'm looking at my boys. And so they come to me. Hey, Dre, they offered me da-da-da-da-da. Hey, Dre, they offered me da-da-da-da-da. I said, all right, so which one of y'all niggas gonna snitch? Man, I ain't built like that, nigga. Don't make me have to smother one of you niggas with, and I swear I was so serious. Do not make me have to smother one of you motherfuckers with the pillow. I said, because I am not in the position to do 30 years for some shit I was barely around for. I say, but if I'm gonna do 30 years, it's because I killed one of you motherfuckers. I say, you better believe that one. I said, but I'm not about to do 30 years for no damn drugs. And we stood strong. Ain't nobody snitch, all of us in court. And so one got, so them dudes didn't have a track record. I had state cases. I was already in the middle of a state case. So I've already got a case in Ohio. Remember I said I wasn't doing their crimes. I was doing my crimes. So I already got the state of Ohio chasing me down already. So I'm already going back and forth to court for the state of Ohio. And so when his feds came along, I'm like, God dang, I can't get a break. So Ohio said, yeah, we're gonna find his ass guilty anyway. So now I got 5 years before I even get out, before I even go to court in the feds, I got 5 years found guilty in Ohio. So I got 5 years in Ohio. Now we're looking at the Fed case. They talking about 165. Shout out to Chewy. She said Chewy in jail. hiding from jail. So now they're talking 165 years. If you take this plea bargain, we'll give you 30. I said, you might as well crumble that shit up. Let's take it to court. We take it to court. I end up with the 10 years. I end up like 12 do 10 and 5 years probation. Don't forget, I still got this 5 years in Ohio that I got found guilty of too. Don't forget that. You stupid T-Mac. T-Mac say, question is, did that Dre have hair like Big Daddy Kane? Or were you bald? I got photos. Wait till I finish telling the story. So one conspirator gets 5 years. Another one gets 7 years. And since I had the state crime, meaning I had a record already, and I had already all type of breaking and entering records. I had robbery records because I was doing too much, man. I'm doing I'm doing B&Es, breaking and entering. I'm doing armed robbery, so I'm robbing people. I'm getting robbed. So I'm just doing too much. They like, man, lock his ass up. Let me see if I can find my photos. Let me see if I can find the photos of your boy back in. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Boy, time has gone by. Time has gone by. Let me see if I can blow this up. Let's go back. I'm going to download that one. And let's go back. I've got one more. I'll download that one. And oh, let's see. And we'll download that one. Or I can just do it like this. Okay. Oh, yeah. Here we go. This is a good one. This is a good one right here. So let's do this. Do it like this. Remove this from screen and add to screen. Okay, here we go. This is when I went to the feds at 23 at the bottom. So that's your boy at 20, 22. Get ready to be 23 when I was in the feds. This one right here in the middle was like maybe 27 when I was at my Malcolm X stage, when I was just focused. This is when I would start doing the speaking engagements, things like that. And then this is when I was the last one was when I was right before I came to Columbia, maybe 2 years before that, I was a speaker and I was an academic college recruiter. And the one at the top is me here in Cali, Columbia, just chilling on the edge of a cliff, just relaxing. So the top one is Cali, Columbia. The second from the top is me as a academic college recruiter for 20 years. And this one with the glasses and the afro. You can see the hairline is about to disappear. That was me doing my Malcolm X, no laughter. I was hanging out with my Nation of Islam brothers, my Sunni Muslim brothers, my Shiite Muslim brothers. I was hanging out with them brothers back then. And then this one right here at the bottom is when I first went into the feds at 22, 23. Look at that young man. Goodness gracious. Don't even look the same. Time flies. Time flies. He said, Dre had a fro. Yes, sir. I had the baby Kobe. I had the baby Kobe fro. Yeah, the ain't no half stepping Big Daddy Kane days. He said, Dre, he said, one time teach your boy how to squabble. Yeah, man, back in the day. Life flies by, man. Life flies by. Life flies by. Let's finish off the rest of the video. But I just want to show you guys that, man. Share my story about how I appreciate you guys, how I appreciate life. Because I really do. I appreciate all you guys, man. Now you guys see me with the grays now. Life has gone by. You see me with the grays now. Here in Cali. Shout out to my brother Zay in the building. Salute to Dre. He said, you were in the PN long before I was even born. Yeah, I missed a lot of that 90s era. I was gone. I went in at 90. No, yeah, I went in at 90. No, I went in at 89, got out in 99. Got out in 99. That's when I got out of the feds. Yep. That's when I got out the feds. Let's see. He said died that quarter horse, huh? Yeah. Oh, and when it came to my state time, they ran it together, because what happened was I was doing so many positive things in the feds. Usually, when you got a state case, they don't run them together. When you get out the feds, they come pick you up and take you to the state to do 5 years. Same thing, the opposite. I met a few dudes. They had just finished their state time. The day that they were supposed to get out of jail, the federal agents were waiting for them, and they picked them up and took them to the federal prison to do their federal time. But I heard about, if you do this, the judge might be lenient. So here's what I did. I wrote a letter to the judge in my case, even though I was already sentenced almost 6 years ago in Ohio to do 5 years in Ohio. When I got out of this 10 years, I wrote a letter. I had 3 more years left. I wrote a letter to the judge, told him about all the things I was doing, told him the name of the warden, where I was, and he could confirm everything that I'm saying. I wasn't expecting nothing. Sent the letter out, so be it. Maybe 6 months later, I get a letter back from Ohio, and they said, because of all, we confirmed everything that you've been doing to not only be a good school teacher in the feds, but also the motivational speaking that you're doing. We have decided to run your time, your state time, along with your federal time. So when you get out, we're not coming for you. So I ran my Ohio state time and my federal time together, which is very, very rare. Very rare. He said, Dre looking like Rakim. I know, right? Looking like Rakim back in the day. Follow the leader. Paid in full. Don't sweat the technique. Yeah, so they ran the time together, which is not often that they do that for fed and states. Like I said, usually they just, I've been a blessed man. I just realized how blessed I've been. Yeah, God is good. It just really hit me. How many, telling you guys all these stories, it really hit me. He said, while Dre went to the pen in the 90s, he said, I was picking up game from the older homies. Man, I picked it up from the older homies in the feds. Dudes that were, man, I mean, I've met every walk of life in the feds, but a senator, president, and an astronaut. Every other walk of life I have met, from Italian mafia to Colombian cartel dudes I used to just walk the track with, talk to them, to the brother. That's how I learned about passports and traveling. Because in the feds, there are so many people from around the world locked up. You just talking to people from everywhere. And when I was in the feds, you could transfer prisons every 6 months. That's why I say I've been in 10 prisons. I was a prison passport bro. That's why I like this. I was a prison passport bro, because I was not going to do 10 years in one prison. Hell no. Hell no. You know how stressful that would have been? Just one prison for 10 years? Man, I was putting in for transfers so now I'm in Jessup, Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, Lexington, Kentucky, Allentown, Pennsylvania, Milan, Michigan, where I went to college, Milan, Michigan, MCC, Chicago, downtown Chicago, MCC, Miami, El Reno, Oklahoma. Yeah, shout out to El Reno. T-Mac probably know where that is. She's like, man, Oklahoma, I know where El Reno is. Yeah, El Reno, Oklahoma. I think that was it. I think I got 2 more that I'm forgetting. Yeah, 2 more I'm forgetting. But yeah, by the time I transferred so much, I knew everybody. I knew so many people, man. He said, Dre, I worked in law enforcement for over 20 years. I have almost never heard anyone getting their Fed and state time running concurrently. He said, I mean, almost never. I know, dude. You talk about being blessed by the Lord and the power of his might, bruh. And it was like a letter. It wasn't like our case study. It wasn't like I wrote. It was just 1-page letter that I wrote. You know, I typed it out, of course, and I signed it. I typed it out in the law library. I didn't cite any cases, so it wasn't like, yes, in case of so and so versus so and so in the state of Wisconsin. I didn't do none of that. I just found out who my judge was, found out how to reach him, and wrote a letter. And that was good. That was it. That was it. Because I knew. Oh, go to super chat. My bad. I always forget you, ASM. SM. He says this. He said, Andre, I'm not even mad at you either. He said, I'm not even mad at you or others. He said, us black people have to cheat to get our riches. And that's sad. That's sad that many of us felt that we had to, especially back then, man. He said, God had a plan for you, brother Dre. Yeah, that's true. That is so true. And I believe that to this day. I really don't take it for granted. Every day, bruh, I wake up every day with appreciation. When I put my feet on the floor, there is a prayer going up the moment I put my feet on the floor. When I say I keep all of us in prayer, I do not just be saying that. When you guys be saying, Dre, pray for me because I'm going through this, or pray for me because my mama, dude, I be on my knees in prayer, petitioning on all of our behalf for safe flights, for our families that understand what we're going through. I hope your mom is healthy. Hey, my boy Terrell just had surgery, Lord. Make sure that, could you do me a favor, Lord God? Make sure you bless his body, bless his day. I pray for it. So I pray for my brother T-Mac as much as he travels. And I know that could put a wear and tear on your body. I pray for all of us that got kids and all of us that want to have kids. I pray for all of us that want to be in solidified relationships. I pray for all of us that's out there and pay for play. And I hope that it's safe. Dude, I keep us prayer, man. I kid you not. I do not take any of this for granted, because technically I am not supposed to be in Colombia. Not at all. I'm supposed to just be getting out of jail type of thing. So yeah, I don't take it for granted, man, at all. What was the score? Ooh. I'm hoping the Spurs do something, but the Knicks on fire. The Knicks are on fire. He said, man, era was deadly. He said, most black males barely made it to 24 during that time period. Yep. He said, several black men are dead because of the game. I got so many dudes that died. Friends of mine, dudes that I was close with, man, one partner I know went to go do a drug deal, never made it back. Never made it back. I was supposed to be gone. Man, I told y'all about the time, man, dude. I call myself, some of you guys heard this story. I call myself making some extra money. I ain't got no business being on the west side of Detroit making no money. I am not a West Sider. I don't know nothing about the West Side. But hey, tomorrow's Sweeties Day. And if you're from the Midwest, Sweeties Day is like the second Valentine's Day. I don't know who created it, but it's been around, especially in Michigan. So I'm making extra money to go hang out with my girl on Sweeties Day. I'm with my boy. We cleaning up. I'm probably like 18, 17 and a half. I've been selling dope for maybe like 6 months at this time period. I'm strapped. He's strapped. I got the Tail Lord overalls, jean washed overalls on, right? I told this story before. Man, they got to jump on us. The West Siders got to jump on us. Before I could pull my thing out, the West Siders were like, click, click. My boy started crying. We young, I get it. Please don't kill us. Now he getting loud. Please don't kill us. Please. This dude was screaming and crying so much that one of the dudes that was robbing us put his gun away. Hey, bro, it ain't that serious, dog. We just want the dope and the money. Now, I got the dope from some other dudes. I got some weight. They rob us, but I still got my Sweeties Day money. Man, remember I said I had on overalls. My man said, hey, bruh, you got a pocket up in them overalls, dog. He said, what, you a tough dude? Because you ain't crying like your boy. I said, man, I've been robbed too many times, dog. What y'all need? So I reach in my pocket, give him the money, give him the dope. Okay, it is. All right. And so he said, man, y'all got to take y'all clothes off, man. I said, nigga, what? You heard me. Y'all got to take y'all clothes off, man. Y'all ain't going to chase us down. You ain't going to shoot at us. Man, I ain't about to get butt naked in here, man. I'm going to keep my t-shirt, my drawers on, dog, and my socks. All right, man, just take the fucking overalls off, nigga. Now, the whole time I'm thinking like, I ain't even supposed to be on the West Side. I'm going to tell y'all what my real thought was. If I get shot, my mama gonna kill me. I ain't got no business being on the West Side. I don't know shit about hustling no O's on the West Side. I got my ass on the West Side. My mama gonna kill me if I get shot. That's all I'm thinking, right? My mama gonna kill me if I get shot. I ain't even supposed to be over here. Man. My boy's still crying like a little bitch. So it's me and him standing in the dope house in the drawers. Dudes leave. No. I went to go take my overalls off. You know how the overalls, the top flip down. All my little Sweeties Day money just fall on the floor. My man say, jackpot. He said, nigga, pick it up. I got to pick up the money and hand it to this nigga. I hand that shit like, here, take it, bitch ass motherfucker. Mr. Tough Guy. I'll say, we tough and shit. Mr. Tough ass East Side nigga. I'm like, man, go. I said, man, y'all done got the money. Now what? I was stupid back then. Don't think I was a tough guy. I just was a stupid dude. So don't think I was thinking like, I'm tough, I can beat bullets. No, I was just stupid enough to say some of the stupid shit that I was saying. Some of y'all know dudes like that. They just say stupid shit. Man, so they leave. I tell my man, stop all that crying and shit, dog. They gone. So a couple days later, the niggas that I owe all these O's to, hey, Drake, what you up to? Nothing. Niggas always want to play calm before the storm type shit. Drake, what you up to? Nothing, man. What y'all up to? Hey, man, we about to head over to so-and-so, dog. I'm like, you want to go drinking with us? Oh, hell yeah. Because I done told these niggas, hey, man, we got robbed, man. This nigga started crying. I'm thinking they gonna be mad at this nigga. That's what I'm thinking they gonna be mad at. This nigga started crying, what? But they was cool with me. Nigga, walking to their house, nigga, how come it had to be 8 big motherfuckers that was strapped in one chair? Go on, sit on down, Dre. Now they didn't call me Dre back then. My nickname was Thrill. Go on, Thrill, sit your ass down. Nigga, what? What the fuck for? Oh man, that weight, dog. Nigga, I already told y'all what happened. What the fuck you expect me to do, nigga? I get that back to you. What the fuck, nigga? Man, these niggas had me in a chair. These niggas had me surrounded. I knew I was dead. Gone. I know how this scenario worked. I was in, dude, I used to be the dude that was surrounding the chairs back in the day. I know what it's like to get pistol whipping niggas till they die. I know what that scenario was like. So I already know what this situation was. This wasn't gonna be no regular ass whooping. This was my ass was gonna get found in a dumpster, in the trash dumpster on Monday morning when the trash man come. I knew what this was, but I'm still stupid. I'm stupid enough not to even panic. I'm stupid enough not to even panic like, oh, these niggas some bullshit. Bing, bang. Their doorbell ring. This is God. It was like everybody froze. Bing, bang. It's their door. I said, man, what y'all niggas scared to open your fucking door? I stood up, walked to the door, opened up the screen door. Open up the door, open up the screen. I don't know who the fuck it was that I ran over. I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was their uncle, cousin, daddy. I don't know who it was. Nigga, when I grabbed that doorknob, I was gone. Gone. Them niggas can catch people. And I stayed strapped after that. From that day on, I had to stay strapped. I was being strapped before then, but I used to just stay strapped for work. But after that, oh man, I stayed strapped. Fuck that. Man, I'm 6'3". You know, tall dudes ain't known for our speed. Shit. You'd have thought I was speed racer in this motherfucker. I'm running like this. You know how motherfuckers that know. I'm running like my man, and you'd have thought I was the dude that was running in Get Out. You remember that scene in Get Out at night? My man was just running towards him. That's how I was running. I was running like they run in the Terminator. Now my man was running in the Terminator just straight. That's how I was running. Shit, man. I hit that. I grabbed that doorknob and I saw that sunlight. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. Whoever was in front of me, it could have been their mama. Man, I ran that motherfucker down, boom, jumped over the porch and was gone. Woo! No joke, man. Shit. I've had tales to tell. Yeah, the Running Man, seriously. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger, seriously, bruh. He say facts straight. We were more concerned about mamas. Hell yeah, man, my mama gonna kill me if I get shot over here. Fuck around with these West Siders. Mess around with these West Side dudes, man. Like I said, I'm still naive in the drug game. So I'm thinking everybody cool with everybody. I ain't thinking it's that serious, but damn, I should have, because I was around for pistol whipping. So if I saw dudes and I was a part of dudes getting pistol whipped, what makes me think I couldn't get pistol whipped? So I was like, oh, no, I know what this is. I was like, no, I know what this is. I know exactly what this is. But I was too stupid. And my stupidity kept me calm. Rationality would have caused me to panic the hell out, like, oh shit. But because I was just so hood stupid and wild, I didn't recognize, nigga, you about to die today. But when I saw that sunlight, yeah, I ran through like Jerome Bettis. I came through like Jerome Bettis, boy. And I shot right back to the east side of Detroit. Never fuck around on the west side again. I don't even visit my relatives on the west side no more. Hell no, I ain't going to the west side of Detroit. You coming to the west side? Hell no, I don't know about them damn west side. I ain't going to church on the west side of Detroit. No. No, I ain't going to the west side. He said I almost got caught in a drive-by. He said, just by being there at the wrong time. And when I left that car almost about 5 seconds later, all I heard was shots. He said, Dre, did you know Nate Boone and people associated with him? I knew he is a lot older than you. No, I didn't know. I didn't know him. No, I heard of the name, but I didn't know him. He said Dre is like a cat with 9 lives. He probably used up 8. That's why I sit my butt down, T-Mac, because I know I've used up 8. You are absolutely correct, brother. You hit the nail on the head. That's why I'm always full of smiles. Why y'all think I'm always smiling? Life is good, man. Life is not perfect, but life is good, man. I wish I could lie, but life really is good. Man, I ain't got to worry about no madness. Man, please. Somebody steal a cell phone from me. That's it? That's it? Man, as much madness that I've been in, I would not bitch about a cell. I kid you not. The most part that I would cry about a cell phone is like, man, all my apps. I gotta download my apps again. But I would not be bitching about no cell phone. I kid you not. I done been through too much to sit back. Yeah, yep. He said Drake took some shut the fuck up pills for real. Sit the hell down. I'm on the front porch like this. You coming off the porch, Drake? No, not really. You sure? Mm-hmm. Y'all go have fun. We got some hoes, Drake. I know you do. Have fun, guys. Enjoy yourself. While I'm sipping my Colombian coffee with my Colombian wife, I'm sitting my butt down in that chair. He say that's why he's on YouTube now. Now talking. Yeah, I can laugh at stuff now. Back then, it probably wasn't funny. Right here, Mr. Boone says, Nate Boone, Mr. 007 says, Nate Boone was a known hitman in Detroit from Vietnam War up until the 90s. He was in special forces when he was in the army during Vietnam War. He probably was around when Judge Mathis and his boys created the Earl Flynn's gang in Detroit. He was around for that era. You know, Judge Mathis does on TV. Judge Mathis went to jail and he turned his life around and went to become an attorney, then the judge, things like that. And then on TV, now he's been world famous, the brother, right? Judge Mathis. Judge Mathis was a gang leader. Like he was one of the founding members of the gang, the Earl Flynn's. And they were like one of the major gangs back in the 70s, 80s, and early 90s in Detroit. And he was one of the founding members. So when you watch Judge Mathis and he talk about his past, he was out there. He said, let me guess, this was somewhere between 87 and, yep. Yep. He said, I will never forget how bad it was in the mid 80s through the early 90s. Absolutely correct. That was my era of terror. That's so true. He said, you left Detroit after you was relieved from, yep. He said, spent time in the fort, yep, in Fort Wayne. And you moved to Cleveland. Yep, moved to Cleveland. Because I had moved to Cleveland before, I say a year before I went back to the fort. Because I was in the fort first, in Fort Wayne, Indiana first, after leaving Detroit. Because I had workers in the fort. I had workers in Chicago. And I had workers that worked for me. Because kind of I moved my way up as far as weight. And in Cleveland. And that's how I caught a case in Cleveland. And what else? So when I got out, they released me to the fort where my original case was. But then my PO transferred me to Detroit. And because they knew they already knew how my record was. They already heard everything that I did in the feds. So nobody was tripping on me. And remember, like I said, I was also trying to smash my probation officer anyway. So she already looked at me like a flirt dude, like a dude they ain't out there in them streets. And so went to Detroit, got a job with Blue Cross Blue Shield downtown. Blue Cross Blue Shield downtown, and I worked in the mail room, and I was the guy that delivered mail to every floor. That's why I was able to smash chicks on every floor, because I was the mail guy delivering mail on every floor. So now you got this 6'3" handsome brother straight from prison. You know, women love dudes that's getting out of jail. They can tell, I smell freedom on him. What's that cologne he got on? Girl, that is freedom. That is freedom, girl. Women, I don't know what it is about. You can thinking that you dress nothing like a dude that's been out of jail, and women can smell freedom on your chest. Like, girl, oh, he just walked past. Girl, don't, what's that? He smells like freedom, girl. I'm gonna give him the panties. So I'm smashing chicks all throughout Blue Cross Blue Shield. Blue Cross Blue Shield. And so what ended up happening is I ended up spending about a year in Detroit, and that's when I moved back to the fort for a couple years. That's when I met my wife, and we moved back and forth between Tampa and St. Petersburg, because my wife was the district manager for Kohl's department store. So she ran 3 Kohl's departments, and then they transferred her to be an opening manager in St. Pete. And if anybody knows anything about St. Petersburg, Clearwater, and Clearwater Beach in Tampa, it's just 3 bridges. It's like this. So you have Tampa right here. Take the bridge, you're in St. Petersburg. Take another bridge, you're in Clearwater. So it's like a triangle. It's a triangle. And I'm talking about like it's like 5-10 minute bridges. So you're like this: Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater. So that's how it's set up. It's a short bridge apart. Kind of like how New York is broken up with the bridges. And so the marriage didn't work out. Cool. You know, like I said, I was a stepdad 14 years. Cool. Then I started hanging out with a lot of Latinas and a lot of dudes from the Caribbean. So I'm going to dance halls. So I stopped going to black clubs because I'm at the dance halls. I'm going to real black clubs, at the dance halls with the Caribbean brothers. And I'm at the salsa spots with the Puerto Ricans and the Colombians. And that's how I found out about Colombia with my coworkers. And then I started traveling to different countries. And then next thing you know, I did all these type of cruises. And next thing you know, I came to Colombia as one of my next countries. And bada bing, bada boom. Yep. Ooh. I was just getting out of high school at that time period. He said, I was busy trying to dodge drug dealers, other gangs, and Mexican mafia. Ooh, I can imagine. He said, it was crazy. He said, I'm glad that part of my life is, oh, you were glad. I'm glad too, brother. I'm happy for us both. He said, remember my time in Tampa days living in South Shore? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. MacDill. As soon as you said South Shore, yep, MacDill's Air Force Base is over there. Yep, MacDill's Air Force Base is right there on South Shore Avenue area. That's a true Tampa man right there. That's a true Tampa man. He said, I didn't go deep into the streets, just enough to either make some money or just understand the game. I should have understood the game wasn't for me, and I should have just went to school. That's what I should have did. He said, a smart man learns from his experience, a wise man learns from others' experiences. That's what I should have been doing as well. Let me bring the video back.
And home prices are stagnantly high. Same with car prices and insurance of all. On top of that, most younger people believe that they will never see Social Security. So all that being said, if something is not done poignantly with affordability, 90% chance or higher that Republicans are going to lose the House and the Senate. And that will turn Donald Trump into...
He said, come on, Dre. Let's see. Come on, Dre. You didn't know how gangster those Midwest police officers were? Yes, they were. I got a couple police ass whoopers in my life. I do not feel sorry for Rodney King. Shit. I done had enough of them police ass whoopers to know. Believe you me. Police officer where he said, especially Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin. Yes, sir. He said, yeah, my cousin was in Ruskin. Yes, sir. Shout out to Ruskin. That's right over where I was. Ruskin's like a suburb of Tampa. And I was in right behind Ruskin, or right next to Ruskin, in Riverview. That's where I lived, in Riverview, Florida. He said, yep, Highway 41 and 674. Absolutely correct. I was off Highway 41 area. And I used to actually go to if the Walmart that I knew was packed in Riverview, I used to just drive down 41 to the Walmart that was in Ruskin, like 5 minutes later. He said, that white guy sounds like the guy in Awful Coaching. On Awful Coaching. That's a good one. Let's continue on. Let's finish this off. We've been here 5 hours already. Goodness gracious. I'm gonna take tomorrow off. I'll be seeing you guys on Sunday after this one. We're gonna enjoy this one though.
To a 2-year lame duck president. So I'm warning all Republicans, you need to focus on affordability, cost of living, and the value of the dollar. You might think everybody's stupid, but they're not. They'll vote against you and they'll take the House and the Senate away lickety fucking split.
And we also
shout out to my boy Chaos Reigns, who'll be live. He say no movie tomorrow night. You know what? That will be good. Nah. No movie tomorrow night. That would be good. I got a couple of karate movies for us. I might do that. That'll be a good idea tomorrow. You know what? Tomorrow we're going to do a karate movie. So all you guys need to make sure you got a Rumble account. Make sure you got a Rumble account because that's where we watch our movies, over on Rumble. And I've got a couple of good classics for us anyway. So yeah, tomorrow will be movie night. I'm going to set it up. Like we start over here and then we shut YouTube down and then we all watch the movie over on Rumble. But we come over here first. That's a good idea, International Quiet Storm. A nice double feature movie night like we used to do on Saturdays.
We need to talk about the reason that Black people have such horrible times and outcomes with our medical system in America is because we're just now entering an era where people are expected to save Black lives. I mean, before this time in history, Black people were often seen as medical experiments, patients without rights, and at times not even human by the doctors that were building out the system that would become the backbone of the modern American healthcare system. Our system isn't equipped to service Black people because they were never taught to value Black lives. I mean, that's the reason we also see a large gap in understanding about Black people in our medical studies. How is it that the enslaved people that were the ones that were experimented on the most in enslavement, in captivity, and historically in America have the worst health knowledge of their people group in the modern era? That's because we were only used as experiments. It's like the animals that are used for animal testing. They're not worried about if the product works on them. They're just worried about how it impacts them to better implement the product for the humans they see as their market and target audience. For much of American history, Black Americans have not been the target audience of anything that has been positively offered on a large scale. That includes the American healthcare system. The healthcare system has yet to catch up to actually treating Black people and restoring health in them. That was not the case before. I mean, look at the Tuskegee experiment. They left those men without care. They left diseases to run rampant in their bodies and didn't even make them aware of the fact that these diseases would be introduced to their body, period. Black people have historically been infected or sterilized or given medical issues by our healthcare system and then abandoned when the impacts of those find these people in their everyday life. They're also known for stealing from us and using ourselves to live on while not even adhering to the actual life that gives them the medical materials and technologies that live on and further all of medicine for everyone else and humanity and science in general. I mean, Henrietta Lacks was a woman with cancer. Henrietta Lacks didn't receive the best quality of care because of the time she was born in, but also because of her race. However, today we have HeLa cells that live on, are experimented on, have allowed other people to reach full health. Not only that, the cost of our system in itself is in fact racist. The reason we don't have universal health care is because of racism. People would literally rather die of whiteness than allow Black people to have access to health care.
Guys, this story really broke my heart. A woman went viral a few years ago for her $500 wedding, and now she's gone after delivering her baby. Her name was Kiera Brokenbrow. She was 32 years old, a wife, a mother, and she died during childbirth. As a doula, as someone who works with mothers every single day, this is not just a sad story to me. This is a crazy reality. Because the truth is, especially for Black women, pregnancy and childbirth is still dangerous for us. So like I mentioned before, Kiera and her husband went viral a few years ago for having a simple, beautiful $500 wedding. They didn't want any debt, so they wanted all their family and their loved ones there with purpose. And now her husband is raising their newborn son without her. Their baby is fighting in the NICU, and she's not here. And you know what hurts more? Is that this isn't rare. Black women are still 3 to 4 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes. Yeah, let that sink in. I say it all the time, but let that sink in. 3 to 4 times more likely.
This Mexican border town is full of American retirees. They get more Social Security buying power, better health care, and an actual retirement. San Felipe, Rosarito, Lake Chapala near Guadalajara, entire communities of American retirees.
We were talking before about how difficult it is to be a person of color in the United States. And we were also talking about how difficult it is because the topic is about the cost of dying in the United States, whether it be bad medical for Black women or whether affordability for our seniors. I was mentioning to you guys the other day, so many seniors are taking that little bit of Social Security that they're getting and they're relocated to Mexico. We're going to look at a reason why so many seniors are now living in Mexico.
Retirees living in Mexico, not vacationing, living full-time. Why? Social Security goes 3 times further. A $1,500 monthly check that barely...
Oh yeah, I'm with you on that one, Corporal. I thought about that earlier.
...covers rent in Arizona, pays for a house, health care, food, and entertainment in Mexico. They can actually retire instead of working until they die. Health care is affordable. Prescriptions cost a fraction. Dental work, surgeries, physical therapy, all accessible without bankruptcy. They're not struggling. They're thriving. The American dream of retirement? For many, it only exists south of the border.
Hey guys, I'm here with Caroline. One of the kind of crazy questions I get a lot from people is it safe in Mexico? Caroline has lived here 13 years, is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct. She's lived here 13 years on her own, and so I will let her answer that question if she feels safe.
I feel extremely safe in Mexico. I lived in Baja for 10 years, crossed the border at least 2 times a week through Tijuana, never had an incident, never felt threatened. I live here in Tulum now for the last 3 years, and I don't even lock a door at night or my car because I live in a gated community. That's one of the reasons, but I feel very safe in Mexico and have from the moment I moved here.
Thank you. You're wonderful. All right. Thanks, guys. Just wanted to.
This may come as a news flash to some people, but Mexico is starting to build retirement communities and retirement homes. And believe it or not, people in Mexico have a lot of respect for their elders. So all the horror stories that you see in the United States about people in, nursing homes and they're being abused, their, diapers aren't getting changed, they're laying in their feces all day, they're contracting diseases because of that, or they're getting septic and dying from sepsis. All of those things in Mexico kind of go away because the Mexican culture, the people here, they really respect the elders. And so when you put a retirement community or a nursing home in Mexico, you can rest assured that the people that are in that community are going to live very well. And I do work with one company that basically works with developers to build those types of communities in Mexico. So they'll help you with all the architecture, they'll help you with, staffing it. If you build it, basically they'll help you do all that and get it running. And the company I work with basically is an operator, but in general, it's a lot less expensive. There's not as many of them, so they're more difficult to get. But nursing homes, retirement homes are much better here in Mexico. They're all going to be new. You're going to be treated like royalty, and you're not going to pay near as much. So if you guys have questions about that, whether you're needing information about going into a retirement home or nursing home, or you're wanting to invest in one or something like that, let me know, and I will connect you with the company that does that for a profession.
I'll show you what you can get for $63,000.
All right, what can you get in Mexico for $63,000?
Cash. I'm gonna show this to you right quick. Get into the living room, and they got a couple of people here looking at the place, so there's gonna be a few people coming in. But you get all this for $63,000. Now I'm gonna clarify some things. The furniture is not included, chandeliers are not included, and all of that. But you'll get one air conditioning unit in this price. The kitchen looks really great. Now in the price you don't get the cabinets. You don't get the cabinets. The stove doesn't come with it. But you do get the counter space, etc., etc. Most homes will not include the cabinetry, stuff like that. It does come with lights. Has 2 bedrooms. The doors are not included, of course. So you have to get that. So they really just giving you the electricity, all the electricity, everything will be wired. The lights and the ceilings are included, but the doors would not be included. So and that's very, very, very affordable. Bathroom comes complete. Everything you see in the bathroom is included. You got another bedroom here. This is bedroom 2. They side by side. You also got some yard space as well. Again, you only get 1 air conditioning unit. It's a very beautiful place. Now this is in Los Aires. I know I'm saying that wrong. This is another view of the dining room, living room. And they got a bigger dining room, of course, and you get the kitchen space. So
that's why a lot of Americans, believe it or not, are retiring in Mexico, because they may have $250,000, $500,000 with all their assets after they sell their home, they cash in their 401k, or they get, monthly payments for their 401k. They go to these other countries and they 10 times the dollar. So things by stabilizing the dollar when Donald Trump comes into office and keeping the dollar strong is going to help Americans everywhere, really.
Every single person that I run into feels more safe living in Mexico than they do in these Western civilizations. And then when you look at the crime statistics, the top 5 safest cities in North America.
Okay. Do realize that the cartels in Colombia, in Brazil, in America, what do they all have in common? They are in isolated locations. You do not have cartels in the suburbs, but in isolated rural locations. That's normally where it takes place. So unless you plan on moving to or traveling to certain areas, you are all right. There are certain parts of LA. I don't care how tough you are. You ain't got no business being there. Certain parts of Detroit, certain parts of Chicago. If you ain't from the South Side, they gonna know it. Certain parts of Houston, certain parts of Dallas. What's my point? We as Americans have become numb to our version of cartels, and we've been programmed to fear other countries' cartels. When we know we have to be wise when it comes to any cartel that we are among. Somebody said earlier about the water. You know, you don't want to get caught up with the water. I'll say this. I agree. You don't. That's why you have water dispensers. That's why you can buy the large containers of the dispenser water at the grocery store. Bada bing, bada boom. No issues. No problem with taking a shower. If it was such a problem with the cartels, I want to say this. I want to end it with this. There would not be 1.5 million Americans currently living, not visiting, living in Mexico. If the cartels were that bad, we drink it in Cali. No big deal. We cook, we can drink with it in Cali. But you let Americans tell it, that filthy water that we have in the States, filled with chlorine in the States, the same chlorine that they use in bleaches, fluoride, the same fluoride that they use to clean the side of ships is the same fluoride that they put in our water in the United States nationwide. And y'all got the audacity to talk about water? Is that what we're doing? Do your homework first. No matter what part of Mexico that you will consider, do your homework first. I've heard great things from a lot of American content creators regarding the areas in which they've lived. Lead attorney raves about Mexico. He lived in Mexico, all over Mexico for 6 years. 6 years. Y'all act like cartels are at McDonald's. Can't go to McDonald's. Why? The cartel is at the McDonald's. I can't go to the grocery store. Why? The cartels are standing in front of the grocery store. Keep going. We can't stop at that gas station. Why? That's the cartel's gas station. You guys are overthinking it without doing the research. But I'm gonna say something, and I agree. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. If I was still stuck in the United States, I wouldn't know. If I visited a country, but I've never lived in that country before, I wouldn't know. So I can't come like, man, you should know. But some people are, 00. Some people are that don't know any better. We as Americans, we're quick to repeat like parrots whatever news headline we've heard about a country. And I'm gonna tell you something. You might, and I'm gonna say it from the perspective of just me as an American. You might know 007, but before I left America to start traveling, I didn't know. And I live in Florida. I didn't know all that I know. But once I started traveling to different countries, that's when, the lights start coming on. Corporal says this. He says, we've had some of these worst outbreaks and public safety issues due to water. Shout out to Flint, Michigan. He says so-called third world countries haven't had issues with. This is so true. So true. My brother Don says this. He say Merida in Mexico is very safe. He said, I was playing softball with a family in the park around 3 a.m, grilling food and having fun. And that's one of the reasons why you have so many American seniors moving to Mexico instead of moving into nursing homes in the States. Because Latin people have I don't know what it's called. I need to find out what it's called in the Latin community. One of the things that's taught in the Latin community that you will grow old too. That's why in the Latin community, you'll always see a younger person walking with their grandma or their granddad. You know why? Because in the Latin community, everybody knows you will grow old too. You ain't never too fancy. You ain't never too cute. You ain't never too tall. You ain't never too handsome in the Latin community to walk with your grandma or your granddaddy, because one day you will grow old too. And someone will be walking through the mall with you. And that's why a lot of seniors move to Mexico, because in the Latin community, they know that they will not be treated with such disrespect in their final years. He said, yeah, super safe. He said, I walked the streets at 2 a.m. He said, no one bothered me. Super safe. Zeta said, I go to Mexico. He said, I don't go overseas from the Western Hemisphere. He said, I go to Mexico whenever I don't go overseas from the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, I love Mexico. We had fun there. He said, yep, my uncle tells me waking up that you'll get it. You'll get there eventually. For real. Wake up. You'll get there eventually. Zeta says, that's why I live amongst the Latin community. Yeah. Let's continue on.
Are in Mexico. Number one is in Merida. It's the safest city in all of the Americas. Toronto used to be number 2, and it's like not even in the top 20, I don't think, anymore. Mexico is extremely safe, and I even talked to people from Tijuana.
I didn't know that. I didn't know Merida was considered one of the safest countries in the world or in the Western Hemisphere. I mean, safest cities in the Western Hemisphere. I did not know that. These, not a safest, but the safest cities. Yep, it depends on what part of Mexico you go to. And yes, Tijuana is no joke.
And they feel safer in Tijuana than they do in San Diego. That kind of blows my mind. And what you're seeing in Mexico is a huge percentage of your crime is organized. You don't have mass shootings. You don't have carjackings. You don't have elderly people being beaten in the street and killed just because of their skin color. I mean, that doesn't happen. Mexico is about as neutral on skin color and sexual orientation and religion as I've ever seen. So if you don't feel like you're fitting in the Western civilization, then by all means come to Mexico and try it out and see if you like it.
Since moving here, my life's changed a lot. For one thing, when I lived in the United States, I was working full time and I had a big house to maintain. So here I just have my 2-bedroom, 2-bath condo. I don't have to worry about the land, the little grass area. The maintenance man does all that. So as far as that, and now I'm retired. I've worked all these years and now I'm retired and I really can do what I want to do. So I have my hobbies. I can go to the beach. I can go to the pool. I can do both in the same day. I can really just do what I want to do. Just appreciate the sunshine and the blue skies and the ocean and the clouds and just the beauty of Playa. I would say my life has changed for the best being in Mexico. This area really gives me that calmness. So it's a good change.
More Americans are moving to Mexico right now than at almost any time in the past 20 years. Why? There's 3 big reasons: cost of living, lifestyle, and healthcare. In many cities, Americans find they can live comfortably on half of what they spend in the U.S. But the real surprise isn't just the cost, it's the quality of life. Walkable cities, fresh food markets, vibrant culture, private health care that cost a fraction of what it costs in the U.S. That said, moving to Mexico isn't just packing your bags and heading south. You need to think about visas, taxes, healthcare coverage, how your investments will work while you're living abroad. We're AIO Financial, fee-only financial advisors, assisting expats with their financial planning needs. Thanks. AIO Financial.
It's frustrating to live in the United States of America. There's people who are working 40 plus hours a week and nobody believes that they deserve to have a roof over their head. Nobody believes that they deserve to have healthy, nutritious meals. Nobody believes that they deserve to have any fucking vacation time. Everyone just has this idea of America. Nobody wants to talk about the fact that housing is unaffordable in the United States of America. Nobody wants to talk about how the rent is so fucking high and there's no efforts done by any local governments to cap that shit. Nobody talks about the fact that their rent has gone up $100, $200, maybe $300 over the past couple years, but their apartment hasn't changed. Nobody wants to talk about how the wages are so low and they don't get any higher. You can't afford an apartment doing 40 hours of work. Housing is unaffordable. That's the problem. We don't simply need to work more. We need affordable fucking housing.
So do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I think so. It could be. It could be or the same or maybe a little bit higher. But it should be around the same, maybe a little bit higher. But it should be around the same.
Ms. Williamson, we've been talking a lot about access to health insurance, but for many Americans, their most pressing concern is the high cost of health care. How would you lower the cost of prescription drugs?
Well, first of all, the government should never have made the deal with the big pharma that they couldn't negotiate. That was just part of the regular corruption by which multinational corporations have their way with us. I want to say that while I agree with, I'm with Senator Bennett and others, but I agree with almost everything here. I'll tell you one thing. It's really nice that we've got all these plans, but if you think we're going to beat Donald Trump by just having all these plans, you got another thing coming. Because he didn't win by saying he had a plan. He won by simply saying, make America great again. We've got to get deeper than just these superficial fixes, as important as they are. Even if we're just talking about the superficial fixes, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have a health care system in the United States. We have a sickness care system in the United States. We just wait till somebody gets sick, and then we talk about who's going to pay for the treatment and how they're going to be treated. What we need to talk about is why so many Americans have unnecessary chronic illnesses, so many more compared to other countries. And that gets back into not just the big pharma, not just health insurance companies. It has to do with chemical policies. It has to do with environmental policies. It has to do with food policies. It has to do with drug policies. It has to do with environmental.
Senator Benedict.
You look at my whole health plan. Yes, we provide you.
This is the Dr. King they don't want you to know.
And it didn't cost the nation 1 penny to integrate lunch counters. It didn't cost the nation 1 penny to guarantee the right to vote. But now we are dealing with issues that cannot be solved without the nation spending billions of dollars and undergoing a radical redistribution of economic power. But you are reminding the nation
that it is a crime for people to live in this rich nation and receive starvation wages. That we spend $322,000 for each enemy we kill in Vietnam, while we spend in the so-called war on poverty in America only about $53 for each person classified as poor. America's opportunity to help bridge the gulf between the haves and the have-nots. And the question is whether America will do it. There's nothing new about poverty. What is new is that we now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty. And the real question is whether we have the will.
Absolutely correct, Dr. King.
So I just got.
Shout out to Dr. Martin Luther King, and shout out to you guys. Glad we made it to this live stream, and I'm excited about tomorrow's live stream. We're going to do a couple of movies. I'm going to make sure I set everything up for us. A couple of good movies. But definitely, like Martin Luther King was saying, and what got him deleted was the fact that he started talking about the government spending money on the poor. And you know the United States don't play that. They do not like to spend money on the poor. They like wars, not poors. And that's what got him deleted. As soon as he started talking about wars and the poor. All right, guys, let me get ready to let you guys up out of here once again. Appreciate you guys being here for this particular topic. Just to let you guys know, listen, it is expensive to die in the United States. So, yeah, you may enjoy the cost of living there and say, I can live here, I ain't going nowhere. But also calculate how much it costs for you to die. In other words, getting older in the United States. It is very, very difficult. My brother says, circles back to my point. U.S. runs on slavery class, on the slavery class. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Says, I'll be in the World Cup tomorrow. He said, I'll be at the World Cup tomorrow. Me and my Brazilian friend, she's excited, just like me. Tonight, we're going out for drinks. Shout out to you, brother. Have a great time at the World Cup. And let's get ready to do an outro video real quick. Let's go here. Okay. Here we go. Right here.
You got me overthinking here, where we could be. Needed some clarity. I'm in too deep now. Gives you a picture fantasies. Just you and me. Like it's meant to be. Can't you see, baby? You got me overthinking. Ooh. You come closer to my body. A delicate touch of instinct. Moving slow, but my heart's racing. Yeah. Your fingers sliding down my chest. What do you want from me? Lately it's been nothing but a mystery. Curiosity has got me wondering if this'll be alright. I put you in my life for more than a night. You got me overthinking here, where we could be. Needed some clarity. I'm in too deep now. Can't help but picture fantasy. late, trying to calculate your science state. Tell me why hesitate? Why you keeping me at bay? Don't wanna be in the gray. Baby, I really love your curves, but I need my answer straight. Do you want from me? Lately it's been nothing but a mystery. Curiosity has got me wondering if this'll be alright. I want you in my life, more than just a night. You got me over